Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are going to start off the night with the New Line Grappling Series, and then we have New Line Cagefighting 24. I am Elijah Thacker. I'll be joined later by Colin Caprini. But right now we're going to settle in and see some excellent jiu-jitsu. We see Colin Caprini walking into the cage right now. He's going to be reffing these jiu-jitsu matches coming up. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have yeah. I'll let you do that. All right, ladies and gentlemen, before we get underway with the grappling matches, let's talk a little bit about this upcoming card, New Line Cagefighting 24, live from the Central Bank Arena here in lovely Lexington, Kentucky. We have a massive main event, and it's a huge, huge hometown hero in Sean Stefanic. This guy is an excellent, lifelong martial artist, making his professional debut in MMA at 52 years old. That's something you don't see often. And, you know, you hear that, a guy's making his debut at 52, and you're like, huh. But then you see Sean. You look at that guy at weigh-ins. I wish I could be in half as good a shape as he is right now.
At this time, before we get into our grappling card, we are going to have a playing of the national anthem. So would you please stand?
New Line Cagefighting 24, live from the Central Bank Arena here in lovely Lexington, Kentucky.
New Line Cagefighting 24, we are going to start our grappling card right now. We need our first grappler to make his way to the ring.
Ladies and gentlemen, to start off this grappling card, we have a really interesting one. We've got Bailey Manley out of Davis Karate Studio up against Jackson Hardick out of Hayes MMA. I believe we've seen both these guys before at the New Line Grappling Series. Really talented competitors. And here we see Jackson Hardick stepping into the cage. That was Bailey Manley out of Davis Karate stepping into the cage. And And you know, I want to talk a little bit about Davis Karate. He's a traditional martial arts gym, but I've been super impressed with their jiu-jitsu program. All these competitors we've seen out of Davis Karate have really brought it, really look talented, technical. And here we go, coming up to Kanye West is Jackson Hardick out of Hayes MMA with the absolutely beautiful head of hair. And he knows it, you can tell.
All right, and for our first grappling match, we have grappling out of the blue corner. Jackson Hardick representing Hayes. Jackson MMA representing His grappling opponent out of the red corner, Will Manley, representing Davis Karate Studio.
And the handsome, rugged Colin Caprini starts the action here. And we are under EBI rules, so we'll have a 10-minute opening round followed by overtime if we need it. And he's done a beautiful job wrapping up that guillotine. It looks tight. He's under the neck. He's got to get that angle a little better. Now it looks like Bailey's fighting the hands. It's tight. He's just got to get the angle a little better, start crunching a little more. And now he loses it. Excellent work by Bailey Manley to get out of danger there. And now Hardick has him locked up in full guard. And he's got his posture broken. Bailey changes that now. He postures up, looking to pass. And we see here, Hardick just settled into guard. And Manley driving him to the cage, going to stuff his head up against the cage there. And it makes it really, really hard to work. But you see he turns around here, gets his head off that cage so he can have some more mobility with his hips there. And you see he's turning, trying to cut an angle here, either for an armbar or a sweep. And now he switches to the triangle. Beautiful entry here. Let's see what he can do with it. He's pulling down hard, but he's not quite got the angle he needs with the legs. And now he's going to sit up, take top position, it looks like. Bailey Manley wrapping him up there with his legs. And now he may come up on top. Oh, excellent work by Hardick to win the scramble. Ends up in top side control. Passes to mount almost immediately. Really smooth transition here from Jackson Hardick. Now he's up in the S mount, thinking about taking the back, but Bailey does a great job. Oh, beautiful armbar, but he didn't lock down the position before he went for that submission. You see now Bailey Manley ends up on top. And that's one thing that I remember about Bailey last time I saw him grapple. He was super tenacious. He defended all the bad positions he ended up in, weathered the storm, and ended up making it his fight. That's what he's doing now. Ends up back on his back, though. Great scramble from Jackson Hardick. Now you see Jackson kind of taking a moment. Both guys catching their breath here for a second. And it looks like Jackson's is thinking about smash passing, but he's not quite figured out what he's going to do. There we go. He postures up now, hands on the hips, looking to break that open, that closed guard of Bailey Manley. And right as Bailey Manley went to sweep, Jackson Hardick crushes back down. And beautiful triangle set up from Bailey Manley, and he's got a beautiful angle on it as well. But Jackson does a great job pulling his arm out of danger. Now, Jackson Hardick, quick jump into a leg lock, but he missed it and ends up on bottom again. That's one thing I can say about Jackson. He's rushes these positions a little bit. You talk to the old school jiu-jitsu guys, they talk about position before submission. You want to lock down that position before you go for that finish. That's why he's losing position, ended up on his back. I listened to Hickston Gracie talking about jiu-jitsu once, and he said, you know, once I go from A to B, I don't want to go back to A. Once I go from B to C, I'm not going back to B. And that's the situation here. Like, if you're Jackson Hardick, when you're in these good positions, you want to lock him down, keep him there. But now you see he's in a very strange, almost inverted triangle position. Pulls his head out, and as he does, Jackson transitions to the guillotine again. And Bailey is wise to it. He just goes to his back. That way he can get his head out of danger. Excellent work from both men so far, though. Frenetic pace. Bailey Manley thinking about an Ezekiel choke, and then he just decides to go back to full guard. Settles in here to a good defensive position. He's got the posture broken, but you see Jackson postures up as his corner tells him to. And again, that triangle entry, beautiful work, but neither guy is really locking down that position when they're going for their submissions. That's why they're not sticking. Bailey Manley kind of thinking about that sit-up sweep right now. But Jackson Hardick's wise to it. And now his coach calling for that can opener. He goes for it. That's an excellent way to break the guard. Now Bailey's started to come out the back door. Jackson's really wise to everything Bailey's doing. And now standing pass attempt here from Jackson Hardick. You got to have a sick guard to stop a guy from passing, standing, and no gi. And, you know, Jackson goes for that leg lock again, kind of overzealously, but he ends up passing because of it. He's in top half now, and he's going to slice through to mount. He's just got that instep left, but Bailey's fighting for it. He's trying to dig back to that half guard. He needs to switch his hips now, drag that leg back in. And Jackson Hardick working hard on that arm, trying to isolate that arm. And we got 21 seconds left. Beautiful armbar, and it's so close. If he's just got to break the grip. Does he have time here? Bailey Manley doing a good job hanging tough right now. Oh, man, at the end of the round, right in the armbar position. Beautiful work from both men. Way to hang tough from Bailey Manley. And we are joined by Keaton in a rare appearance on pay-per-view. He's usually the man behind the curtain, like the Wizard of Oz. But here he is, gracing us with his presence.
Hello, everybody. I fell through the curtain, and here I am. Okay, so we got a little bit of a shake-up on the jiu-jitsu card. So Mason Lang is here. His opponent is not. So stepping in, and we're moving this bout down to where number 9 was, is Ben Garant from Reaction. But the way it's spelled, we're going to be fancy. We're going to call him Girant. Ben Girant.
Ben Girant, the Frenchman.
Yes. Ben Girant.
And, man, I'm not calling this overtime. This has been a beautiful match.
Oh, sorry. I'll let you go.
Bailey Manley's got him in big trouble right now. He's locked down that back position. He's using that beautiful body triangle, which is what he used last time in overtime. He's got a sick body triangle. And it's going to be tough to escape. And now he's under the chin. Let's see what he can do with it. If he can get those hands together. But Jackson does a great job fighting that grip off. Good work. He needs to switch his hips to the other side and start putting pressure on that body triangle if he wants to get out, though. And now he does. He's got to get it all the way over. Oh, wow, he's caught. Beautiful rear naked choke from Bailey Manley. Let's see. And he gets the tap. Excellent work. And that's 52 seconds from Bailey Manley. And now we will see Jackson Hardick get a chance to beat his time here. If he can't, then Bailey Manley will win this match. And here we go. He's decided to start in the armbar position, which is where he ended the round before overtime. He was right there where he wanted to be, looking to break the grip. And it looks like Bailey Manley's out. Excellent work from Bailey Manley. Quick escape. and Bailey Manley wins it in overtime. This kid's really dangerous because he's tenacious. He ends up in bad positions all the time, and he just hangs tough, finds his moment, and that's what he did here. Excellent work. Yep.
We need our next grappler to make their way to the octagon. We need our next grappler to make their way to the Hayes MMA. Representing Hayes MMA.
Yeah. Got a lot. Damage. It's been damage and shit, though.
Regional scene, you're going to have weird mix-ups, things that happen last minute. Keaton, though, is a really, really talented matchmaker. It's amazing how he can change things last minute like this and kind of get a guy a match who came all this way looking to grapple, and then something happens, his opponent doesn't show up. Or in this case, his opponent just blocks Keith on Facebook day of the match. That stuff happens all the time in this business. Keith does a great job making something happen for him so they can actually get to compete here after all that hard work. So that's what you're seeing here is just some of those last-minute changes that come along, trying to get these athletes a shot at actually doing what they love to do, what they've worked so hard to do here. Next up, we should have Chris Schokler versus Parker Ward. Chris Schokler out of Reaction MMA, white belt versus white belt, Parker Ward.
What's going on in the Line Cagefighting and look up Fighter Bros. They will always come in the Fighter what's going on. They will always
Just make yourself at home. Colin Caprini sitting in the cage like he owns the place. He too many years of jiu-jitsu for Colin Caprini. He can't stand on his feet for more than 30 minutes at a time now. He butt scoots everywhere he goes. That's a fun fact about Colin Caprini. That's how he commutes to work every day. And here we go. Looks like Parker Ward coming to the cage here. Weighing in at 195. He's 24 years old, a white belt out of Hayes MMA. And we just saw Jackson Hardick from Hayes MMA, very talented young kid. And I expect Mr. Ward will be the same. These are guys just getting into jiu-jitsu, but you can tell they take it super seriously.
We need the next grappler to make their way to the ring. We need the next grappler to make their way to the ring.
I heard Brian Jones out of Valhalla Academy here in Frankfurt talk one time, and he said the most important stripe that you ever get on your belt is that first one on your white belt. It's because the hardest thing's actually making it in the door of the gym, actually taking that plunge, doing something that's uncomfortable. And it's hard. It's, speaking from experience, I never would have imagined, I'd have started jiu-jitsu and fell in love with it like I have. But I encourage people who don't know anything about it to try it. It's one of the most fun sports. It's the best way I could describe it. There's a few ways to describe Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. It's like folding clothes, but with people still wearing them. That's my favorite, probably. But it's a chess match. It's a very cerebral game. You see a lot of the most talented jiu-jitsu fighters in the world are also super intelligent guys because it's a science. It's physics. And guys that become good at it are guys that become obsessed. And I like watching these young competitors, guys who are just getting started in their jiu-jitsu journeys. And we are waiting for Chris Schockler. He weighed in at 185. He's a white belt training out of Reaction MMA under Rob Nickerson. One of the premier jiu-jitsu gyms in the Lexington, Kentucky area. These guys are serious. And you see Rob there in the corner. This guy has built quite an empire when it comes to MMA jiu-jitsu. Great group of guys, good team, good dynamic. I'm interested to see what Mr. Schockler can do.
And for this grappling bout, it will be a super middleweight grappling, 1 round, 6 minutes. We have on the blue side of the octagon, representing Hayes MMA, Parker Ward. And we have on the right side of the octagon, representing Reaction, Chris Schockler.
Chris Schockler has an intensity about him. And they clinch up. Both guys grab the single collar tie. And Schockler immediately takes the back and drags him to the mat. He's setting up an arm triangle right out of the gate, but Ward is wise to it. And now you see Schockler settled into this strong, crushing side control. One of my favorite positions, especially being a Carlson Gracie lineage guy. Like, you can make a guy so uncomfortable that he will give stuff to you. He'll give you submissions if you can make him uncomfortable enough. And that's a beautiful mount. The way he took mount was perfect, and the way he's holding it's perfect. His hips are super heavy. I like to see this. And you see that's why Ward's escape attempt's not working. And here's the arm triangle. It's getting tighter and tighter. He's already got that grip locked, and he's going to stay in mount and finish it, it looks like. He's a little bit high on the face. That's the one thing that's kind of holding him back here. He's just squeezing the hell out of it, though, and that guy looks like he's got a crazy squeeze. Ward's hanging real tough here, and he's doing exactly what he needs to do, and he's got an opening there. He needs to get that arm out of there. If he can buck and turn to his side, it'll relieve the pressure on this choke. But he cannot hang out here. If he hangs out here, he'll end up choked. He's trying there. If he could just pop to his side, he'll relieve that pressure, but he doesn't. Big man with a tight squeeze. Chris Schockler, Reaction MMA, beautiful work. Went straight to the back take, drags him to the mat, right to the mount, and then straight to the arm triangle. It was easy work. Excellent job by Chris Schockler.
Your winner, representing Reaction, Chris Schockler.
That's the thing about jiu-jitsu. You can't hang out in a position like that. There was a moment there where he had that little bit of space where he could have got out, but he hesitated. You hesitate for just one moment in a sport like that, and it's over. You see Schockler got a chance to readjust his grip, and he got the tap. Excellent work from Chris Schockler out of Reaction MMA. Next up,
we need Maddox to make his way to the ring.
Middleweight grappling match, 185, Austin Maddox versus Jared Noor. And Austin Maddox coming out to some classic R&B. I really like it. Colin Caprini's liking it. Can we get a shot of Colin Caprini dancing over there? It's over. We missed it. Never mind. Colin was getting down, though. I'll tell you folks that. And I know Glenda Caprini is on here watching. Shout out to Colin Caprini's mother, Glenda Caprini, my biggest fan. And here we go. Austin Maddox stepping into the cage.
We need this grappling opponent Noah to make his way to the ring of the octagon.
And Austin Maddox is fighting out of Davis Karate. You know, we saw Bailey Manley pick up a win earlier. Let's see if they can make it 2-0. He's up against Jared Noor. He's a 4-stripe white belt out of E-Town Jiu-Jitsu. And I saw him doing some work with Kelsey Elmore, a teammate of his, for this fight. She's got a kickboxing match tonight.
For this grappling matches will be middleweight grappling, 1 round, 6 minutes. We have coming out of the blue side of the octagon, representing Davis Karate, Austin Maddox. His opponent, out of the red side of the octagon, representing 4 stripes, Jared Noor.
It's on his white belt. He's representing E-Town MMA. But close enough. We love Charles Whitehead because of this. Best announcer in the game. Always will be. And we see Noor went for a shot there, and Maddox was wise to it. They clinch up here. Noor definitely looks like more of a wrestler. Maddox looks like he's trying to counter wrestle. And there's the single leg. Let's see if he can dump him, and he does. Good work. It's dangerous of Austin Maddox there to post. I've seen too many broken arms that way. And now we see Noor settling down into a heavy, heavy side control here. Maddox trying to cut his hips in, go to half guard, but Noor does a good job taking the back, and he's just floating here. Excellent work. And he's got his bottom hook in, but he's a little too high. He's going to end up on bottom, and he just goes right back to the feet. Noor looks like a wrestler here. He's so dynamic, the way he flowed when he was on top there. But Maddox has got him in some danger here. Maddox got him pressed up against the fence. Let's see what he can do. Let's take a look at his wrestling. He backs away now. Now I expect Noor to go back to work here. Look for another single leg. And just slams him down. Excellent work. He had Maddox leaning too far forward. I've seen a lot of good grapplers do that. Just that snap down. And it worked wonders there against Maddox. Maddox back to his feet, though, and we're back to wrestling. He's going to go for it again. You see Maddox was wise now. He's like, I can't lean too far forward. Strong collar tie from Noor here. And there he goes, changing levels again, grabs that single leg, and let's see if he can dump him again. Looks like Maddox going for the guillotine, though, and he caught him. He had him in some trouble there. That's why Noor let go of that single leg. Good job by Maddox, readjusting, changing things up there, looking for the neck, and making Noor think. This is turning into a wrestling match. Excellent work from both men. Maddox has made adjustments now, and Noor's not finding that easy takedown anymore. And good job by Maddox. Let's see if he can maintain top position, and he does. Now, that's the big thing. You put a wrestler on his back. That's his Achilles heel. Let's see what Noor can do off of his back here, because his top game was excellent. He's going for the Kimura here. He's going to try to power out, and Maddox does a great job just slipping his arm out of danger. Maddox is kind of rushing the mount. He needs to just settle in. Just settle in. Learn a thing or two from Nor there. Just be that wet blanket flow. And beautiful work from Nor to snatch that Kimura and roll him. Beautiful work with that Kimura. It's such a versatile position. You can grab that Kimura grip from anywhere and use it to your advantage. I've known guys that are so good with it. I knew a guy, big, strong dude. He could Kimura you with you on his back. And I never understood it, and it made me angry every time I saw him do it. But the Kimura is a weird position. It's got a massive amount of leverage, and you see now Nor's on his back. Looking to close the show, trying to dig under that neck. Got a minute 50 left to work, and he's got Maddox in a real bad position. He's working on a neck crank now, but he's going to fall off the top again. And there he goes, ends up on his back again. Maddox is going to sit back for a leg lock. He's thinking about it, and he decides to pass instead. And he's just going to climb up, end up right in that mount. Excellent work. Now he just needs to sink. Shove that knee through and sink down. Maddox has a ton of potential. You know, very tough, up against a tough opponent here. And he's fighting methodically. He's fighting intelligently. And he's weathered the storm. He's ending up in a really tough, good position here. Top side control, looking to go to the mount. But he's a little lazy with it. He might get his foot trapped here. And he's working for that arm now, but Nor's wise to it. He knows what's going on. He's keeping his arms in tight. When I used to teach kids classes, I would always say T-Rex arms. That's what you want in jiu-jitsu. You never want to be reaching. Anytime you're reaching, you're in trouble. And you see that's why Maddox doesn't quite know what to do here because he's staying so tight. It's going to be tough to submit him with 27 seconds left. He's trying to force that arm out. Drag him to his back now. Might as well just go for it, my friend. 13 seconds left. Why not? And here we go. 4 seconds left. And we're about to see overtime. It's going to get very interesting. That's one thing I really enjoy about this EBI overtime. It makes jiu-jitsu fast-paced. That you're going to see a finish most of the time. So here we go. Overtime rules. It's going to be fastest submission or fastest escape. You're going to end up in one of the worst positions, either with someone on your back or in the armbar spiderweb position. So it's kind of like sudden death here. You've got a chance to either escape or submit. And we see a break in the action. Nor gets some last-minute advice from his coaches. And it looks like Austin Maddox has chosen back control for the first round of overtime. And Nor already working on trying to peel that hand off. And Maddox has his feet crossed here. That's a big no-no. He's lucky Nor's not noticing it or taking advantage of it. Nor's looking to scoot out the back door now, and it looks like he's going to. This escape's coming. He's got him in excellent work.
18 seconds. Hey, tight. Look back of the arm, sir.
And here we go. It looks like Nor's chosen the armbar position. And I already don't really like the way he's doing the spider web. He's doing it judo style, and you see there's no head pressure. There's nothing stopping Maddox from sitting up right now, and that's exactly what he needs to do is just sit up and stack. Excellent work from Nor, though. He finishes it. That's the Ronda Rousey judo style armbar. Ronda was really good at it with the knees wide. I prefer knees tight, pressure on that head, but excellent work by Noor. Makes it work, gets the tap, and Noor gets the victory here. He must be super confident in his arm bars.
Let's give it up for our winner, Jared Noor. Jared Noor of this grappling bout. At 5:45, there will be a meeting for all fighters and all corners and all bout assistants in the back. So 5:45 in the back. All fighters, all corners, all bout assistants. There will be a meeting. All bout assistants. There will be a meeting in the back. We need Mr. Moss to bring. We need Mr. Moss to bring himself to the octagon.
I'm a wrestler. He's a wrestling coach. So I'm interested to see this stylistic clash, wrestling versus jiu-jitsu. Charlie Rawlings, 0-1 in grappling, training out of Valhalla Academy in Frankfurt.
We need Mr. Rawlings to make his way to the octagon.
And you know, looking at Mr. Dalton Moss, he is an intimidating man, has absolutely no neck at all. I don't know what happened to it, but it's gone. Next up, we got Charlie Rawlings coming out to Party in the USA by Miley Cyrus, a.k.a. Hannah Montana. So, Charlie Rawlings training out of Valhalla. And it's Mike Bevens in his corner, my old friend. We used to train together a decade ago in Pikeville, Kentucky. We used to call him Butters. He's a black belt now. He's coaching at Valhalla. Very proud of him.
This grappling match will be heavyweight grappling, 1 minute, 6 rounds. We have grappling out of the blue side of the octagon, Dalton Moss. His opponent grappling out of the red side of the octagon, representing Valhalla, Charlie Rawlings.
And they clinch up here. Looks, and we see the guard pull from Rawlings. He doesn't want to mess with that wrestling of Moss. Moss, heavy pass there, right into side control. But Rawlings looking to get back to guard, and he does. Excellent work. And there's that pass again, and he does a great job. Excellent work from Rawlings, recovering guard there, shoving him past, and then spinning through back to guard. And he's looking to elevate now with that butterfly hook.
This meeting in the back of the arena is starting right now. Your 5:45, all fighters, all trainers, all bout assistants, meeting starting right now in the back.
And we see Rawlings has excellent guard recovery. He's doing a great job getting back to a position that's safe, where he's not going to get crushed by this heavy top game of Dalton Moss. And he does it again. Beautiful pass. He has excellent low line passes. But let's see how long he can maintain this excellent position. Oh, nasty neck crank from Moss here. Just trying to make Rawlings' life miserable. And there he takes the back. And he's got such a dominant style. Reminds you of a catch wrestler. Josh Barnett style, that heavy, mean grappling type. Josh Barnett said, someone asked him the difference between jiu-jitsu and catch wrestling. He said, it's the same thing, but, with jiu-jitsu, you're setting traps. With catch wrestling, you're forcing it. And you see that's the style of Dalton Moss. He's just pushing. And he's just absolutely neck cranking him to death right now. It's not a good day for Mr. Rawlings having that guy on top of him. But Rawlings weathering the storm, doing a great job. Nothing's working right now for Moss. He's dominating positionally. But so far, Rawlings surviving. And it's going to get real interesting once we get to that EBI overtime, if we do see it. And he rolls for the arm. This is excellent work, using that Kimura trap that we talked about earlier. It's really dangerous position. You can do so much with it. Big, strong guys tend to love the Kimura. You see here Moss just hanging on to it. And he's doing a scissor choke here. He's got him in a very weird spot. His head's in a dangerous position. He doesn't like it. He pulls it out. You don't see that often, but I've seen people get put to sleep with that scissor choke. And he's trying to go for the arm here. He's got him in a really good spot. Let's see if he can break the grip. See, beautiful head pressure there. That's what I was talking about in that last match. Rawlings can't posture up now. So he's going to be trapped there. As long as you control that outside leg and that head, that's a great spot. And now he's pushing on that grip. You see, though, that relieves the head pressure, and he's able to get up and stack. Anytime you cross your feet on that arm bar, you're relieving head pressure. And that's why Rawlings is able to get back out of there, get to a decent position. Rawlings looks like if you ordered Tim Boach from Wish. Tim Boach, one of my favorite fighters back in the day. Just a tough dude. And you see, it looks like we're probably going to see this overtime unless something crazy happens here. Rawlings has been so tough in this match. Like, he's fighting a dominant guy from the top. And he's weathered every storm. He ends up right back where he wants to be in full guard. And he's trying to make something happen. He ends up in a bad spot now, though. He's in full mount. He missed the chance to elevate with those butterfly hooks, and he paid for it here. 1 minute left, though. Let's see if Rawlings can hang tough. It looks like Moss is thinking about that arm bar again. He's got that Kimura grip. This is where I like to go for it from the S mount with the Kimura grip. It's such a tight position. And you see he's got super good head pressure. Now he's crossing those feet again, though. And as soon as he does, he sits up. I'd like to see him stomp that left foot to the mat. Keep that head pressure, and there it is. Arm bar at the wire. 27 seconds left. Dalton Moss gets the tap. Good work. Great matchup.
Give it up for your winner, Mr. Thompson, Moss. need Mr. Atkinson to make his way to the octagon.
Gabriel Atkinson stepping into the cage, fighting out of Fifth Element. Really cool sci-fi name for a gym. I really like it. He is a white belt. He weighs in at 170 pounds. This will be a super welterweight grappling match, 1 6-minute round with EBI overtime. Fighting Josh Taylor, 175, white belt out of Reaction MMA. This kid, I got to watch Gabriel Atkinson warm up. He was doing some neck strength drills that were almost terrifying. Thought the kid was going to break his neck, but apparently his neck is much stronger than mine.
Mr. Taylor, make your way to the octagon.
This is one I'm super excited about. Both these guys are bound to be very talented. And we hear some Bob Seger, Turn the Page, coming out. Josh Taylor must be having a lonely time on the road. And that's the life of a jiu-jitsu man. You're just traveling, thinking about the woman or the girl you met the night before. But your thoughts will soon be wandering the way they always do.
For this grappling match, we have a super welterweight grappling, 175 pounds, 1 round, 6 minutes. We have, out of the blue side of the octagon, representing Fifth Element, Gabriel Atkinson. His grappling opponent, out of the red side of the octagon, representing Reaction, Mr. Josh Taylor.
And this being a white belt match, the rules are no twisting leg locks, no slams. Beautiful takedown right out of the gate from Josh Taylor of Reaction MMA. And it looks like Atkinson trying to come out the back door here. And he does. He ends up on top, but he's in a weird position here. Taylor has a hold of his arm. He's caught his arm, but he should be safe, and he should be able to turn the corner. Now he's in a little more danger. This looks nasty. And he grunts as he escapes. Excellent, gritty work from Gabriel Atkinson. Ended up on top now. And he's right back in it, and this is even more deep. He tapped there. That was it. Excellent work from Josh Taylor, hunting that armbar from the jump. And he finds it. And we hear Turn the Page fade slowly back in as Josh Taylor catches his hat and makes a victory lap.
Give it up for your winner, Josh Taylor.
Excellent work from Josh Taylor. Team Reaction. Gritty work from Gabriel Atkinson. So far tonight, they have been nothing. And he's right back in it, and this is even more deep. You see why they are the premier gym here in Lexington, Kentucky at the moment. Beautiful hips.
We need Mr. Rickard to make his way to the ring. Don't forget that new Line Cagefighting 24 is being streamed by Mountain Dreams Media.
And now we've got Justin Butcher out of Category 5 in a lightweight grappling match against Jonathan Rickard out of Gage? It just says Gage. So, I don't know if that's his gym or not, but he looks like a serious competitor. I got to meet this young man yesterday. Very good attitude about the sport. Here he is stepping into the cage, Jonathan Rickard. He weighed in at 155. He's a blue belt, 18 years old. Just getting started in this game, very young. A lot of room to grow. This kid could go places.
His opponent, Mr. Butcher, make your way to the ring.
And here is Justin Butcher out of Category 5 in Hurricane, West Virginia. Category 5 is an excellent gym. These guys have really, really impressed me these last few cards. They've been showing up in force, doing big things. So, yet to see Justin Butcher, I'm excited. Both these guys seem like competitors. So I think we're definitely in for a treat.
And for this grappling event, this will be lightweight grappling. Blue belt, 1 round, 8 minutes. We have grappling out of the blue side of the octagon, Jonathan Rickard. His grappling opponent on the red side of the octagon, Justin Butcher.
See, that's how generous we are at New Line Cage Fighting. You don't just get a corner, you get a whole side of the octagon. And here we go, they fist bump and we are underway. They lock up in a single collar tie here. And excellent work. Gets the great slam. Justin Butcher ends up on top. Now he's settled in the top half guard looking to pass. Very long legs Justin Butcher has. And so does Rickard. He's got a full body triangle locked up here in full guard. Now that's a position where there's good and bad about it. The good side is it's very hard to pass. But the bad side is there's not much you can do there as well. It's kind of a stalling position. So eventually, Rickard's going to have to open up this body triangle if he wants to make something happen. And now he does. He's in full guard, and he locks it right back up. There's not much he's going to be able to do here as far as submissions go or sweeps. He's just mainly able to lock Butcher down and stop him from advancing his game. There, beautiful job. He almost sweeps him, but you see the base of Justin Butcher. Wasn't threatened at all. He knew what was up. And now he's going to pass. He waits for Rickard to open up that guard, throws up that triangle attempt, and Justin Butcher was just waiting for that. He was looking for that opportunity to pass, and he does. But now we see Rickard recovers guard. Excellent job. He's got that quarter guard with that butterfly hook in and the leg draped across the back. You can do a lot there with that butterfly hook. You can elevate, you can go for leg locks, but he decides to go back to the full guard, and where he feels most comfortable, I think. He likes that body triangle. I'm honestly not a big fan of it because, like I say, there's not much you can do there, but maybe that's the goal. Maybe he's trying to wear Butcher down, drag him into this EBI overtime. Now he's opened back up. He's starting to look for that triangle again. Very long legs by Rickard. Usually you see guys built like that there. They love the triangle choke. Now he's got his head trapped almost in like a teepee choke position, but nothing doing here. Justin Butcher's going to pop his head up and pass, end up in top side control. And now he's going to have to watch the hips of Jonathan Rickard because he's already shown he's really good at recovering that guard. And now he's just going to grab his head, which is more of an annoyance than anything. But he uses that to throw him off enough to recover that full guard, make some space. Good work by Rickard. And another beautiful takedown, almost effortless, from Justin Butcher. Back into the full guard of Jonathan Rickard. And we see now Rickard is doing something, or Butcher's doing something really dangerous. He's trying to pass that arm across of Rickard's. That's a terrible place to be. Rickard knows it, so he gets his arm out of there. And Rickard staying super active with that guard, trying to threaten that triangle again. Thought about the omoplata for a moment, and then he gets passed. Powerful, powerful pass by Justin Butcher. Just shucks the legs aside. But he leaves his arm in, and that's the only thing saving Rickard right now. And he's ended up in a triangle. His elbow's almost inside. This is a bad spot. This has turned into a very bad spot for Butcher. Just when you thought he was passed. Now, he does a great job throwing his legs over. This is a good defense. This is the same defense that Chael Sonnen used against Anderson Silva, but he's doing it right. And that you see how he pops his head out. Good work from Butcher on that triangle defense because he ended up in a really bad spot there. But now he's in top north-south, right where he wants to be. And now he's just trying to switch to where he can get that leg back over. Good work. Excellent job. Showed some real flexibility there. And there's the Ezekiel choke. And he didn't see it coming. This might be danger. Oh, and Rickard does a good job of rolling him. And as he does it, he pops out of the Ezekiel. Sometimes guys will be able to hang on to it, finish it from the bottom. But he lost it there. He slips out. They're probably both pretty slippery at this point. Good work by Butcher. Getting out of that triangle, getting out of danger, threatening him with a submission of his own. Oh, and there's the triangle. Let's see if Butcher can land his own here. He's got to change that angle. And there he goes. He's going to change that angle. Let's see if he can lock up that grip now. He's got to pull that shin down. And that's what he's trying to do is adjust that grip. Good job by Jonathan to pull out of that, get out of danger there. And he's hunting for that guillotine now. Jonathan does a great job getting out of danger. And he's still got that triangle grip, but it looks like his arm's very deep in there. All he's got to do is change his angle now. I like what Rickard's doing, though. He's wrapped his arm around the leg. That's another excellent triangle defense. We're getting a triangle defense clinic in this matchup. You see he does that to keep his shoulder away, but now it's even tighter. He's got to switch it. He's got to switch his legs. He's got his legs backwards. He's using this more as a control position to attack the arm. He's safe for now, though. It looks like Butcher's going to think about switching to the omoplata now, which is what I would probably do at this point. But that would mean letting go of the head. I don't know. He's in a weird position here. It's almost a reverse triangle, but he's in no danger of being choked at the moment. He's just stuck. And Butcher's kind of stuck as well. Butcher's going to have to be smarter. He's going to end up in a bad spot. So he's just locking him down here. He's got this reverse triangle in, and he's trying to work on that outside arm. He's trying to peel it off.
30. There it is.
Because he's got it in a bad position. You can a lot of times reach up and grab a Kimura here. There's a lot you can do. But the biggest thing you can do is switch that grip, and that's what he's doing. Right now he's getting closer to the triangle. And he's thinking about switching. See that beautiful defensive grip that Rickard had saved him. And there's the Darce choke. He has it deep, and he sits through with 6 seconds left. He can have it. He needs to hook the leg. Oh, and he loses the grip. Oh, man, danger there at the end. But Butcher survives it. That was a beautiful Darce entry. I thought he had it. That was a fun matchup. We knew it would be. Now we're going to see some overtime. This is where it's going to get really interesting. Both guys, their defense is going to have to be on point. here we are. We're going to see the first round of EBI overtime. And he has chosen the back. And Jonathan Rickard will get his chance to submit first. And we see it's a race against the clock here. Fastest to tap or fastest to escape. And Butcher does an excellent job, but he hung on to the back.
He lost both hopes he still had the harness and he had no stop threat.
Hey, Colin, what's the time on that? 9.64 seconds. It took Butcher to escape there. And here we go. Let's see if Butcher can hang on longer than that. Butcher working hard for this choke. And he's got better control of the back here. He's already surpassed that escape time. And he is, there he goes, he explodes and gets out. Excellent job. 35 seconds for Rickard. And now guys will get another chance to get that tap. And Jonathan Rickard has chosen the armbar position this time. And they're calling for the bicep cutter, calling him to switch to that bicep cutter. And he is out. And here we go. Let's see if Butcher can hang on longer. He chooses the back again. He had a lot of success there earlier. And there, looks like he's under the chin. I can't see. We're at a bad angle here. And he loses it, and Rickard gets out in 20 seconds. Still 2 seconds slower than Butcher. And here we are, the last round of overtime. If we see no submission here, it's going to be really tough for Rickard to come back from this time deficit. And he gets that body triangle. That'll help. But you see Butcher trying to drag it over to the other side so he puts some pressure on it so he can escape. But he's unsuccessful. He's in a deep spot right now. It's going to be tough to escape here unless he starts moving. He's got to start getting that body triangle. Oh, excellent work. He's under the chin. He's in big danger, and he does a great job peeling. This is beautiful short choke. Beautiful job by Rickard to get the tap. And now Butcher will have a chance to get one of his own. And he taps him in 33 seconds in the third round. And here we go. He's got 33 seconds to finish him here. And he's going for it hard. Rickard fighting those hands with everything he's got. And now he's going to turn out and escape. Excellent work by Jonathan Rickard. Bringing it back from the brink. What a beautiful come from behind win in EBAI overtime. Man, that was exciting. Just as I thought Butcher had it.
let's give it up for your winner, Jonathan Rickard.
Beautiful work from Rickard to hang tough and find his moment. That's what jiu-jitsu's all about.
We need Mr. Garrett to make his way to the octagon.
Ben Garant versus Mason Lang. This is one of those matches that materialized today. Mr. Mason Lang's opponent did not show up, so Ben Garant stepped up on just a couple hours' notice and said, I'll grapple him, which hats off to him. Here we see Mason Lang stepping into the cage. Reaction MMA shorts on, so Mason Lang must be a Reaction MMA guy, and we've seen so far they've been flawless.
We need Mr. Lang to make his way.
Ooh, that's actually my mistake. That's Ben Garant, the Frenchman. Keith told me specifically, pronounce it Garant, so he sounds fancier. And here we go, there's Mason Lang stepping into the cage. Mason Lang could not seem happier to be competing. He's got the biggest smile on his face. He seems so friendly. That's the kind of guy you want to compete with. He's a nice guy. You don't want all these guys mean mugging you. Like Chris Scholler. That guy was scary.
Out of the blue side of the octagon, Ben Garrett. His grappling opponent out of the red side of the octagon, Mason Lang.
And here we go, they clinch up. And good work from Mason Lang, almost drags him to the mat. Ben Garant recovers. Excellent wrestling from the big man, Mason Lang. That was nice. Beautiful single leg there. And I believe we may see a guy with a wrestling background right here. And now Ben looking for that sit-up sweep. It's going to be hard to get that angle, though, with the cage. And I like, you know, big rookie mistake, the things you see with white belts, is posting their hands on the mat. That's something, you take a look at these guys, and you see that they're, oh, man, he's caught. He's in a bad spot. He's caught in that arm bar. But he's trying to get a defensive grip here and work that elbow out, and he does. Good work. Good work. You saw a grimace on his face for a moment, so you knew that had to be tight. And now he's passing. And good job by Garant to recover guard. And there he's smash passing right through again. He's going to step over. Good job by Garant getting his foot out of there. Back to a safe position here. He's got him locked up, trying to break that posture, make something happen, cut an angle, maybe isolate one of these arms like he did earlier. And there he goes. And good pass from Mason Lang. Ben right back to guard. And he's telling Ben to wrestle up, get back to his feet. Doesn't want him hanging out here on bottom too long. Wants him to maybe make something happen. Get back to the feet, see if he can get Lang on his back. That's the big thing. You know, this Lang's got an excellent top game. He's doing really good work. The big thing about a guy like that, you know, he might not like to work off his back. So if you can put him on his back, which is easier said than done, you might be able to get make something happen. But right now, there we go. Ben comes out the back door, gets back to his feet. And now let's see if he can put Mason Lang on his back. We already saw some really nice wrestling from Mason, though. Beautiful work, and throws him, snaps him down, ends up right back on top. Mason Lang can wrestle. And you see Mason Lang settled in here to top half guard, looking to work on that far side arm. Now he's just going to step through to side control and back. Beautiful work going to the mount. Very fluid movements from the big man here. And he's working on that neck, but he's not quite got the position for it. That's why Ben just cuts back in, gets out of danger, and recovers that half guard while doing so. Ben Grant's teammate letting him know it's short time here. Got 2 minutes left to work, a little under 2. And we see Mason Lang just wearing on him, being that wet blanket. What's going to make this interesting, though, in this almost wrestling versus jiu-jitsu approach is what's going to happen when we see EBI overtime. This marks several occasions now where we've seen a guy dominate the opening round and then get beat in EBI overtime. We've seen that happen 2 or 3 times tonight. Will we see it again? Because Ben Grant's had a rough night so far. Will things change in the overtime rounds? That's the big question. That's what makes EBI overtime so interesting. It kind of equals the playing field, puts you in a bad position. And a guy like Mason Lang, he's such a good wrestler, he's not ended up in a bad spot yet because of it. He's right where he wants to be, on top. But he can't find the finish yet. He's trying to isolate that arm. He's got a minute left to do it. And now he's in a bad spot here. He's got a hold of that arm. He's going for the Americana. He needs to get it down to his hips, though. It's going to be really, really tough to finish it up there. And you see Ben's corner telling him to roll into it, which is excellent advice. Ooh. He's got him. Excellent work by Ben Grant, getting his arm out of danger. But you see Mason Lang thinking about that arm bar. Excellent work. Great scramble from Ben getting to his feet, and Mason getting back, not letting him get his back taken there. And that's time. We're about to see EBI overtime. That's honestly what I was looking forward to. I'd like to see these two go a little longer. This has been, I think, one of my favorite matches of the night so far, just because I really enjoy watching Mason Lang wrestle. You see my old friend Mike Bevens in the corner there, Mason Lang, Valhalla Academy. Excellent black belt, been doing this a long time. I have a ton of respect for all the guys at Valhalla. Brian Jones especially, he's a guy I've always looked up to in this sport. Brilliant mind for jiu-jitsu, professor at Georgetown University, just has an excellent approach to the game.
We have drinks in the bar that is open in the back on both sides. Everyone seems to be in the one on the back playing with the drinks.
Mason Lang breathing a little bit hard. Ben Grant doesn't seem tired at all. And Mason Lang chooses the back. So we'll see the first round of overtime is underway here. Tight body triangle. Let's see if it's enough, though, because he's turning out of it. And excellent work. Quick escape. 13 seconds for Ben Grant. And here we go. Ben Grant chooses the back as well. He's got 13 seconds to beat as far as Mason Lang to escape. Mason Lang fighting those hands, looking to turn out, and it looks like he's going to step over that bottom hook soon and get his escape. Ben's corner asked calling for him to hunt for that choke. And Ben doing a great job holding this position, stopping that escape, already racking up that time. And it looks like it's getting close now. And he retakes the back. Good work by Ben Grant. Rob Nickerson calling for him to dig under that chin, and there he does. Mason Lang having a lot of trouble here escaping Ben's back control, and now he does. 1 minute and 33 seconds. That's compared to 13 seconds it took for Ben to escape. All right, that's the end of round 1 of EBI overtime. Round 2 is underway. And now we see Mason starting up the armbar position this time. See if he can make something happen there. And a very, very quick escape from Ben. Four seconds. Beautiful work from Ben. And he's going to take the back again. Very smart move. Seeing as he held him for 1 minute, 33 seconds last round. Mason had a really tough time getting out of that back control. Now he's trying to isolate that arm, try to dig under the chin for the choke. If he can get a finish here, it might be game over. And good work. That's an escape. 22 seconds. And his coach is there telling him, you've got over 2 minutes of ride time. All you need to do is escape now. Here we go. All Ben has to do is escape here. And he does. And the reaction corner is fired up. They know this is it. Excellent work. And it's another situation, we talked about it. We've seen several guys tonight kind of lose that opening round, but then come back in the EBI overtime. Good work from Ben Garant. And we got Cole Arias in a 160-pound catchweight grappling bout against Will Pitman. These are both blue belts.
We're going to need Mr. Richardson to come to the octagon.
An absolute tank getting ready to step into the cage. It looks like out of 4 seasons MMA. Excellent, Jim. That's part of my lineage as a grappler. Mike O'Donnell there, the first black belt in Kentucky history.
And we're going to need Mr. Vanderpool to make his way to the octagon.
And Anthony Vanderpool. This is actually heavyweight grappling. Both are blue belts. Anthony Vanderpool weighed in at 215. He's 2-0 in NLC grappling series.
And for this grappling event, this will be heavyweight grappling. 1 round, 8 minutes. We have grappling out of the blue side of the octagon, Mr. David Richardson. His opponent, grappling out of the red side of the octagon, Anthony Vanderpool.
And We are here in our main event of the evening in our grappling bout. Getting ready to start off NLC 24. But first, we got the tank battle. And Anthony Vanderpool starts out pulling guard. And David Richardson looking to pass. Controlling those ankles, looking to just shuck the legs aside and blast past the guard of Anthony Vanderpool. Anthony Vanderpool says, no, sir. And he starts butt scooting toward his opponent after he makes space. He wants to get that connection. Possibly looking for a sweep or a leg lock here. Yeah, he's looking to invert and go for a leg. And ends up with his neck caught, has to spin out of trouble, and ends up in bottom side control because of it. This dude has a wicked grip on his neck right now, though. This is nasty. There's no choke here, but man, what a neck crank from a very strong man. And Vanderpool gets out of danger. Good work. And now we've got that strong front headlock from David Richardson. That's a powerful man to get a hold of you. Anthony Vanderpool is going to have to mind his P's and Q's here. Try to either sit back through the guard or sit out. See both men just kind of taking their time. In jiu-jitsu, you can't make one mistake. One mistake and you're caught. So these guys are slowing things down, being technical and methodical. And David Richardson separates, takes a big deep breath there. Takes a lot of oxygen to feed that muscle. And especially when you're holding on to that grip as long as he did. And he's so explosive. His style of grappling, very explosive. Anthony Vanderpool keeps hunting for that leg lock and ended up in trouble because of it. He's diving in too quick, and Richardson sees it coming and is able to just redirect, use it to pass that guard. Vanderpool hunting for the Kimura now, though, and grabs that leg for leverage. Let's see if he can dig that grip out. He's going to switch it to an armbar now. Good work. And now back to full guard where he wants to be. David's corner calling for him to stand up. Why they're calling for him to stand up in top half guard, which is a great position, though, I don't really understand. Raymond Diaz in the corner. He's a guy I don't know. I won't say anything. All right, and David gets back up to his feet. Why, though, I don't know. He was in a more dominant position now. He's going to have to pass guard again. It's that we talked about earlier, the Hickson Gracie mentality. Once you go from A to B, you don't want to go back to A. And that's exactly what David did. When you see and I can hear Jacob Lemaster in the corner actually giving him some good advice now. They're worried about that guard. They're really worried about the guard of Anthony Vanderpool. They keep calling for David to stand back up. They're calling for David to just pick him up, carry him over to their corner so he can hear him better. Adam Gomez and Jacob Lemaster giving him some good advice. These are two really talented competitors. Adam Gomez, owner of Georgetown MMA, guy I've always liked in this sport, always treated me with respect, and an excellent black belt. He's developed such a good team there. He's the one that, made Jacob Couch into the world champion that he is. And he's turning Jacob Lemaster into a world champion as we speak. So that's a guy, if he's coaching, you definitely want to listen. Now they're calling for that pass, but David just gets back up. Calling for that smash pass. David almost looking for a wrestling match. Anthony Vanderpool looking for a jiu-jitsu match here. This is one of those I have a feeling we're going to see in overtime, and that's when it's going to get really interesting. Anthony Vanderpool doing a great job just staying safe in that full guard, giving David fits trying to pass it. David tries to cartwheel pass. It doesn't work out, but it looked cool. Now Anthony trying to elevate and go for that leg lock now. That's what he's been looking for this entire match. And now he's got him where he wants him and he taps him. Excellent work. There's the heel hook. I think that's why they wanted him to stand back up. They knew Vanderpool's an excellent leg locker. That's how he catches David Richardson here. Great work from both men, though. That was a fun match.
Let's give it up for the winner.
There he goes.
Anthony Vanderpool.
Excellent work from Anthony Vanderpool.
We have one more grappling event for you today before we get to our main card. Here at Central City Bank, Lexington, Kentucky. Line Cagefighting.
And we have one more grappling bout underway. Let's see who it is. I think it might be Cole Arias and Will Pitman. Did this one a little out of order, though.
We're gonna need Mr. Pitman to make his way to the octagon.
Will Pitman. Charles Whitehead, hell of an announcer, giving me a shout out, as I deserve. And here comes Will Pitman stepping into the octagon. Wearing a Terra Jiu-Jitsu rash guard.
Mr. Arias to make his way to the octagon.
Cole Arias out of Reaction MMA. We've seen some excellent competitors from Reaction tonight. I expect no less from Mr. Arias. And he's coming out to some SpongeBob SquarePants. Can't go wrong with it.
And for our last grappling bout of the evening, we have grappling out of the blue side of the octagon, Will Pitman. And his opponent, grappling out of the red side of the octagon, you heard me, Cole Arias.
Starting right now. And here we go. Will Pitman versus Cole Arias. Cole Arias looking to snap that head down right away. And there he goes. He's looking for that single leg. He's going to just drag him to the mat. It looked like Will Pitman was going for a scissor takedown there in the middle of that, but he didn't get it and ends up on his back. And now Arias trying to stuff that knee down past the guard. And he steps around to the other side. Now he's got those legs locked up. He does a great job switching sides on his passes. Very dynamic passer, you can tell, with Mr. Arias. But excellent job by Pitman maintaining that full guard. These are both blue belts, and it shows. Settling into a strong side control here is Arias. Now he takes the back. He's got him in a really good spot. Crowd is popping for Cole Arias. And now he's got him exactly where he wants him with a lot of time to work. Back control with a full body triangle. Pitman just trying to fight the hands. And now he's getting deeper under the chin. This is tight, tight, tight. Even though he's over the chin, he's going to get the tap. Excellent work from Cole Arias. And we see our final jiu-jitsu bout comes to a close with a beautiful submission from Reaction MMA. They had a great night so far. We've got some more of them on the card to come. It's almost time for New Line Cagefighting 24, ladies and gentlemen. Stefanic versus Reynolds.
Let's give it up for your winner, Cole Arias. That will end our grappling bout for the night. That'll end all the grappling for the night. There will be a 12-minute intermission before we start the main card. So 12 minutes, right back here, octagon. Restrooms are outside. We have drinks in both corners of the building. Make sure that the tip jar stays full. And remember, this is being streamed by Mountain. And if you want to stay in touch with New Line Cagefighting, you holler at Fight Bros on Facebook and talk to one of my guys, Eric Vaughn or Elijah Thacker. Love those guys. We'll be back 11 and a half minutes right here.
Oh my.
He's been taunting him the whole time.
job. Our judges will be Cedric, Jude, Will Pope, Rob Looney, Dave Franklin. Our bout assistants will be Jerry Van Zandt, Mike Wells, Nate Lawrence, Tristan Davis, and the 2 commissioners that are on site for this event will be Matt Bird and Sean Sullivan.
It's against the law.
So as we get into our main card, we will have MMA tonight. We will have kickboxing tonight. We will have professional boxing tonight. And there's also a title belt on the line that will be going on tonight here in Lexington, Kentucky. So as we start our main card and get ready for the event, let the fights begin!
Excellent work from Charles Whitmore.
We are going to need our first MMA bout to make their way to the octagon. New Line Cagefighting 24. Let's go!
And after that stellar introduction, here we are back again.
Will you make your way to the octagon?
Here we are back again, New Line Cagefighting 24, live at the Central Bank Arena here in beautiful Lexington, Kentucky. I am here alongside Colin Caprini, the jiu-jitsu master, the handsome man, the outside dog. How you doing, my friend?
Not too bad. A surprise jiu-jitsu referee. How did I do, Elijah?
You did excellent. I was really excited to see you in there because I knew that if you didn't do it, I'd have to do it. And I knew I wouldn't do a good job at it. So come into the ring. Come into the octagon.
Cage Fighting 24, brought to you Street Mountain Dream Media. And if you want to stay in touch with New Line Cage Fighting NLC, you check out Fight Pros on Facebook.
Stepping into the cage is a man that I have a ton of respect for. I got to interview him. Lamont Askew, Navy veteran, making his MMA debut at 34 years old.
Keaton to make his way to the octagon.
Lamont is a guy, we talked about your teammate Bobby Johnson, who's fighting later on the card. We talked about these guys who transitioned from the military lifestyle into combat sports. Here's one of them, and he talks about his training with such a precision. He's taken everything so seriously. He's got such a good support system. I really expect him to look good. I have no idea. I've never seen him compete before. I haven't seen any training, but just judging by his attitude toward the sport, I had a ton of respect for him. He's got several small businesses. He's always doing something. He's just a guy who you can tell he's a hustler.
I was very impressed with, I got the chance to listen to his interview with Keith and you guys on the New Line podcast. And those military guys, yeah, they learn very early. You can do anything if you spend time to learn it, and if you follow a process. That's how everything's in the military set up, right? There's a handbook, and there's a process you follow to qualify for whatever. These guys take that learning style, and they transition it to MMA, and not only do they have the discipline, but they have a knowledge of how to get good at things and what kind of discipline it takes to get good at things. That's one of the most important aspects of mixed martial arts.
You know, I think this is our first ever Navy versus Navy fight. We've got Lamont, retired Navy, with Walker Keaton, newly enlisted Navy officer, or not officer. I'm probably giving him too much credit there. Anyway, Walker Keaton, Reaction MMA. We've already seen a lot of these guys on the grappling card today. One of the premier gyms in Lexington, Kentucky under Rob Nickerson. These guys are the real deal.
I was very impressed with Rob's coaching. You can tell as a ref, you know, when you get to hear people coaching who's giving the right bits of advice. And you can tell Rob knows what he's doing, so he's got a good base over here.
Walker Keaton is 5'8". He has a 2-1 amateur MMA record. Looks like his last loss was KO in the second round, but before that, he'd won both of his fights by guillotine choke.
He certainly looks like a fellow that's built for guillotine chokes. He's got the traps and the upper body strength.
Out of the blue side of the octagon, coming in at 0 wins, 0 losses, Lamont Askew. Before we get started, this will be a light heavyweight MMA bout, 205 pounds, 3 rounds, 3 minutes, and his opponent, representing the red side of the octagon, coming in at 2 wins and 1 loss, Walker Keaton.
And you know, it says a lot about Lamont. He's a guy who's willing to step into his debut fighting a guy with 3 fights. You don't see that often. You typically see guys looking for the easiest fight they can find when they're making that debut.
And just by judging his expressions here in the cage, he looks calm, cool, and collected. He doesn't look overwhelmed by the moment. He looks ready.
That's that military experience again. I see the same thing in Bobby Johnson. That guy's he's a combat veteran.
When you've been in real combat, being in the cage is not really that scary. Sometimes we like to hype it up, make it sound cooler than it is, but
Well, it makes us feel better about ourselves.
that's true.
But these are the real heroes. And they touch gloves, and we are underway.
Telegraph.
Walker,
Counter.
Askew coming out with that Philly shell style, really low lead hand. He could pay for that, and there he eats a right hand because of it.
Take down. Squeeze.
And
We see Keaton in on a single. Now he's got him on his back.
And Askew's hanging onto that guillotine. His corner's yelling squeeze, but he's not got anything there.
Yeah, and in fact, if Walker's able to clear that arm, we're in danger of your favorite, the Vaughn flu choke.
And there he does. And we might see some trouble here for Lamont. He looks like he doesn't have much grappling experience.
We see him trying to turn in and trying to get back to turtle and build up a base underneath of him. He needs to get his knees underneath of him.
Matt Jones taking a real close look, and that's it. And it looks like Lamont has a shoulder injury here, real bad. He may have popped that shoulder out of place on the takedown.
Beautiful work by Walker Keaton. Smooth entry into that single leg, set him down with his back flat against the cage. If you're going to have somebody side control, generally you want to try to keep their back away from the cage because they'll be able to use their feet to walk away. But Lamont seemed like I'm not sure when he incurred that shoulder injury. That's a terrible feeling. I've had that myself, dislocated a shoulder very early in a fight. But Walker Keaton did a beautiful job.
Your winner of the first bout of the night, TKO stoppage due to strikes, 56 seconds into the first round. Your winner, Walker Keaton!
Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for my man Walker Keaton! My friend, you couldn't have made it look easier. Got the takedown, got some beautiful ground and pound, put him away. How you feeling right now? Man, I feel good. I came out here, I listened to my corner. I didn't want to fight like a dog, I wanted to fight like a kid. I came out here, I took care of business. It was simple as that. We got guys who were actually fighting all night. I came out first because I knew to set the tone. You're going to see us sweep the night. Now, I've just got one last question for you. Where are your sunglasses? Dude, I think I left them in the car. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for a dangerous man, Walker Keaton.
Yes, take that right there.
Beautiful work to secure the finish there by Walker Keaton. Enjoying that little bald man trophy.
That's a bad man without the sunglasses. We've made it to our next bout. I told you we had a lineup today. We had MMA, we had kickboxing, we had boxing. So our next bout will be a kickboxing bout. So we will need Mr. Givens to make his way to the octagon.
Next up, we have Cole Givens versus Greg Dunovant. Now, this is a really interesting match. We've already seen Cole Givens compete before, and he had a really good showing. Cole Givens. We last saw him against Brody Folks. He got caught in the first round with that beautiful straight right hand. But he looked like he had a lot of potential. He just didn't get to show much of it.
Yep, yeah, he just happened to catch a nice straight right hand on the button very early on, but that look was shaping up to be a very good technical fight.
Cole, complete chaos Givens, 33 years old, standing at 5'11", fighting out of Frenchburg, Kentucky. Looking for redemption here after a debut that I know he's not happy with. And he's got a very dangerous man.
We need Mr. Dunovant to bring himself to the octagon.
Hometown favorite Greg Dunovant fighting out of Four Seasons MMA here in Lexington, Kentucky. 33 years old. Will be making his debut tonight.
Open up a bit too much. You see that pretty commonly with guys who aren't used. You know, when you get experience for a reason, right? We have amateur careers for a reason. We get to make our mistakes there. But yeah, you'd look to see him tighten up that defense just a bit more and hopefully be able to showcase his skills for a little bit longer here tonight.
Rounds, 2 minutes. We have kickboxing out of the blue side of the octagon, coming in with the red and white American flag stripes, Mr. Cole Givens. His opponent, kickboxing out of the red side of the octagon, wearing the silk black trunks, Greg Dunovant.
And you know, I've always got a ton of respect for guys who lose their debut, especially in that fashion, and then get right back to it. It shows he really wants this. It shows that he's not going to give up easily.
You touch gloves and take the center of the cage.
Beautiful low kick, drops him right out of the gate.
A little too much weight on the front leg there by Cole.
And that's the difference between that Dutch stance, that boxing heavy stance, versus that Thai stance, real light on the front foot.
We see Dunovant able to kind of keep his back towards the cage. We'd like to see a little bit of circling here from Cole. Nice jab from Cole, but answered with a nice leg kick by Dunovant.
I'd like to see Cole try to counter with that right hand.
Those leg kicks are already starting to add up, though. Oh, good combination here by Cole.
Four-piece combination from Cole, and he
Oh,
landed.
and another right hand at the end of that.
Cover. Dig, get him out, cover.
And you see Cole Givens He might have the advantage here in boxing. I think Dunovant's got the kicking advantage. He's eating that leg up.
You see him trying to use the full plum.
Those knees to the body are nasty. Cole needs to keep this at boxing range and put his punches together, because that's when he's having success.
He's landing good combinations there.
His coach telling him to dig, don't stop. And I think he's right. I think the more pressure he can apply on Dunovant, the better, because he doesn't want to stay at kicking range with him.
He looks a little sloppy in some of these exchanges, though. He needs to tighten up just a bit.
That's how he got caught in that first fight.
We see the round ends with a nice heat by Dunovant. That's a bit of a tough round to score, because I believe the most effective punches were landed, but we did see Dunovant land some good leg kicks, and in fact, we see Cole over here seems to be having some problem with that IT band on that left leg.
His corner, let's see what he can do here.
I'd like to see him get him some water, maybe even get a little ice on that leg.
Looks like round 2 to me.
Nip-tuck round to score in that first round. I thought Cole landed the better punches, but he was eating some damage on that leg kick. That's actually a very tough round to score, even for me.
Yeah, it really was. Cole landed some really good shots.
Particularly a couple of nice right hands in the middle of those exchanges.
It depends on how you score low kicks and how you score those knees, because they did damage.
Cole finds himself in an interesting place here, where he kind of needs to get it dirty on the inside and make it a firefight. That's where he's having success, but he needs to not get sloppy in those exchanges.
And every time that
and there was
Dunovant
another
goes
good
for
one.
that clinch, it's like he does not know how to deal with it.
Oh, and he faked it and got him to set it down. But
That was a
Cole
nice
answered
low
with a
kick.
good leg kick of his own.
Cole, yeah. And a left hook behind it. Cole has no shortage of heart.
We see him
turned
really wearing.
away.
He's really wearing those leg kicks. I think he's having trouble keeping his feet underneath of him.
Oh, and there's another one. Dunovant coming on strong here in the second, punishing him with those low kicks.
And he hasn't even threatened to check any of those.
This is the beginning of the end here, I think.
I'm not sure if we're getting a standing 8 here or just a separation of. We see Matt Jones warning him about one of those knees drifting up high to the head. Knees to the body are clean here. Kicks to the head are clean, but no knees to the head
Definitely
here in Kentucky kickboxing.
accidental from Dunovant.
Yeah, that happens pretty regularly, especially with the big headgear on when we're playing in the plum here a bit. Nice little uppercut there by Dunovant.
Beautiful low kick,
and another
punishing
hard leg kick.
Cole Givens. Follows it with the jab.
Comes in with a nice left hand to the body, but
And look at the redness on the leg of Cole Givens. And he's
Cole
still coming forward.
still coming forward and landing some
He just needs to sit down on
punches.
his punches a little bit.
I think he's having trouble with that, though, because every time he sits down, weight on that, we see now he's really wearing some damage from that leg kick. He's biting hard on every fake.
Still not tried to check a single kick.
Nice jab and a right hand behind it by Dunovant.
Dunovant just looking like the more technical man here.
Good ring generalship here by Dunovant as well. He's controlling the footwork. He's making this fight take place where he wants it to. Oh, and a nice
Big
right uppercut again. Oh, and another hard leg kick.
Cole Givens just,
I think
that's it.
that's the beginning of the end here. We might be seeing a standing 8 here on that
He's
leg
giving
kick.
out. Let's see if Dunovant can pour on the pressure.
He's still
put him
throwing
away.
hard shots over the top.
And that's the end of the second round.
More of the same that round, but I think that round we saw a little more damage coming out of those leg kicks. I think that round probably favoring Dunovant.
Matt Jones taking a close look at Dunovant there, taking a close look at Cole Ward, but Cole
Oh,
Ward,
we've got some varicose veins going on that leg already.
He's
I'd
got
like to see that
absolutely-
corner put some ice on that leg.
I don't even know if they've got ice in that bucket, unfortunately.
They got really nice water bottles.
That would definitely be a big help. Matt Jones looking down at that leg. I think he knows the end's coming. Matt's an excellent referee.
Matt Jones, one of my favorite referees. Anytime I see him in the cage, I'm a happy man. Same thing with Nate Jolly as well. This is a very good refereeing crew that they've put together here tonight. We see Matt Jones, he's a working man. See him in Kentucky, West Virginia.
He keeps looking down at that leg. He's always busy. I see him in almost every card we have. And he's a guy who's constantly going, getting trained, learning more about the sport. Really have a ton of respect for him as a referee. And as a man, damn handsome man, Matt Jones. Always makes it look good. That's hard to do your job well and look good.
And a phenomenal referee. And in fact, that last kickboxing card that we had, he was in Morgantown refereeing MMA fights the night before, doing a damn good job. And then we saw him in Kentucky reffing kickboxing the next day.
That leg looks nasty.
He's having a lot of trouble putting weight on it. Like I said, you can see he might have got
I couldn't imagine
bursting on that vein.
what it's going to feel like and look like tomorrow.
Yeah, that's Jose Aldo Faber territory on leg damage.
His coach is a big motivator. You can tell the guy's a good, but you don't hear much technical advice from this corner.
Yeah. Now at this point, set down on that leg kick that time.
And that's it.
Good advice from the coach. He tells him to wait until he gets to the 8. That would have saved me in the Skyler fight at least maybe a few more seconds. That's a good strategic maneuver, though. You can tell that this is a coach who has a lot of experience coaching.
He seems almost like a boxing coach.
That would be my guess, especially
with
with
Lamont Askew as well, and it seemed like he didn't have any training on the ground. Here, he's having so much trouble dealing with the kicks. He doesn't seem like he's seen them a lot before.
And he just landed a hard one of his own and another.
That was nasty. Cole Givens has a ton of heart.
Boy, and lifted up off the mat with that, but
I think
keeps his feet underneath of it. I'll tell you what, we've got a minute left here. If Cole Givens makes it to the end of this fight, this is a tremendous display of heart from him. Hurt with it again. Referee Matt Jones has seen enough. Good stoppage by Matt Jones.
Excellent work.
Cole Givens needs to get back in the lab, work on some of those checks and putting some weight on that leg.
You know, I don't think we saw him attempt to check a single kick.
I don't believe so.
It would have changed the game. You see guys are hesitant to throw those low kicks if somebody's using good checks, good defense. And Cole Givens had moments there where I think he had Dunovant hurt.
I agree. Dunovant, on the other hand, very good composure in the pocket even whenever he was eating some hard shots. Needs to spend just a bit more time in the pocket, I think, cleaning up some of those exchanges, but obviously beautiful work tonight with those leg kicks. And that's the thing, you can't set your feet and throw hard punches if you can't put weight on that leg.
In the second bout of the evening, we have a winner. A TKO, 1 minute, 12 seconds into the third round for your winner, Greg Dunovant!
Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Greg Dunovant! My friend, absolutely beautiful performance. You were the more technical man in there tonight, and that's what got it done. Those low kicks were vicious. You tore his leg up. Talk me through how you're feeling. Talk us through the fight. Did Cole's toughness surprise you? Because that kid had no quit in him. And like I said, the low kicks were the story of the fight. He has some success with his but you just stayed technical. You stuck to the game plan. Excellent performance. Anything you want to say to the people here in your hometown tonight? Make good choices. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Greg Dunovant.
You heard the man make great choices, and a great choice is to be in Lexington, Kentucky tonight at New Line Cagefighting 24. We are going to get to our third bout of the evening, which is also a kickboxing bout. So we need Mr. Starcher to make his way to the octagon.
And we see Sheldon Starcher making his way to the cage here, coming into a West Virginia favorite, Country Roads. Now this is an interesting fight. This will be the first time I've seen Sheldon kickbox. Usually we've seen him in MMA, where his striking has looked very solid. In fact, even in that last match where he lost to Luke Mark, and he was doing good work on the feet. He just didn't have an answer for the takedowns and the grappling.
That's always been Sheldon's Achilles heel, and Preston as well. Sheldon, though, in one of his most recent wins, had one of the most sneaky high kick finishes I think we've ever seen at New Line Cagefighting. There are moments where Sheldon looks super high level, like flashes of greatness that we've seen from him. I'm really excited to see him kickboxing because I think that's his wheelhouse.
I agree. Like I said, he's long, straight punches. Looks like a very technical striker. He's got a long build for this weight class.
5'11" at 130. Is this? Let's see. We're either at 135 or 145.
We are going to
145.
Still though, 5'11" at 145.
Yeah.
That's tall and long for this weight class. And the big thing I think Sheldon could use work on, he's super slick with his kicks, but I think he's got to work on his boxing a little bit.
I would agree.
Set him up.
Although we did see him tying together some nice straight punches in that Luke Martin fight, and even honestly against Chase Thomas, a fight that he did ultimately end up on the losing end of, but he looked very solid in that fight.
I think that's what gives him a tendency to get taken down, though, the most in MMA is he overthrows his punches.
I would agree.
He doesn't do that with his kicks. And typically that's how you see guys get taken down.
Now we see Steiner making his way to the cage here. Appears to be training out of hybrid.
Those guys are always so solid. Training under Sean Stefanic, who is in our main event of the evening tonight. Steiner, they'll be making his debut tonight in kickboxing.
Yep, as will Starcher. So this will be an interesting match.
And to have a coach like Sean Stefanic, you got to feel pretty confident in your kickboxing pedigree. This guy was a multiple-time world champion, traditional martial artist, so you're going to probably see some excellent kicks from Steiner as well.
This will be a featherweight kickboxing, 145 pounds, 3 rounds, 2 minutes. We have kickboxing out of the blue side of the octagon, coming in at 0 wins, 0 losses, in the black shorts, Sheldon Starcher. His kickboxing opponent, kickboxing out of the red side of the octagon, coming in also at 0 wins, 0 losses, wearing the red trunks with the black stripe at the bottom. Nate Steiner.
And we see both of these gentlemen rocking the rugby-style headgear, which seems to have a tendency to work a little bit better than the traditional boxing style.
I think the Starcher brothers have made such an excellent choice committing, training at Category 5 there in Hurricane. They've got a great team around them now.
Saw a good leg kick there by Starcher, but he did get back into the cage.
Steiner put a nice combination together there.
And there it is,
Nice sneaky front kick up the middle by Starcher.
We do see a little bit more of that traditional martial arts style. A lot of good front foot attacks coming from Steiner. Oh, but he's putting himself in jeopardy of some of the punches here as Starcher.
Starcher really sitting down on those shots too, looking to land something big.
Oh, that was a good fake of the high kick into a right hand that time by Starcher.
Nice job ducking right under that right hook from Starcher by Steiner. Starcher should have such a good reach advantage here. He's a lot longer, man.
And we see that there with that straight left hand, which is one of the things that can start to frustrate somebody who plays off the front foot. As a shorter guy who used to play off the front foot a lot, but we see a nice little blitz there by Steiner, but nothing really ever able to connect that cleanly.
There's that sneaky high kick that we saw him finish that fight with.
Ooh, and a right uppercut left hook just
And
misses.
as we see, he tends to overthrow with his punches. The kicks are so sneaky, but the punches he loads up.
Nice lead leg high kick there by Steiner. We see Starcher switching stances pretty effectively. Seems pretty equally comfortable to fight out of the southpaw and orthodox stances both.
I truly think Sheldon Starcher has one of the best high kicks on the NLC roster.
It's a good leg kick there by Starcher.
Now Eric Kuhn
Oh.
calling for a question mark kick from Starcher. And the wheel kick whiffs. Steiner gets out of the way of that dangerous.
Pretty relatively close round, but I do believe Starcher was able to put together better offense and probably came out ahead in that one.
I think
but
he stayed
close
a little
competitive.
more active. He landed a little more often. But Steiner is still very much in this fight.
And we saw Steiner having good effectiveness when he was putting together those kind of karate blitz style, using a lot of pressure to put Sheldon on his back foot and set him towards the cage. And you heard that coming advice. I believe that was coming from Eric Kuhn, telling Starcher to keep Steiner on that back foot a little bit more.
And you see Eric Kuhn very prepared. He's got not one bag of ice, but two.
That's high-level coaching.
He should have shared some of it with that other coach. Would have been excellent in that last fight. So, if you're Sean Stefanic and the corner of Steiner, what do you tell him here? What adjustments need to be made?
I think good setups off that front foot. I would play a little bit more with that side kick to try to take away some of the danger of the straight punches from Starcher. Try to get that foot in between you two and see if you can stab into that body when Starcher's trying to get pressure. That's really the way that traditional martial artists traditionally will deal with forward pressure, is with either that front leg side kick or perhaps spinning back kicks. But we didn't see any of those coming out of him, so I think it seems to be playing more of that side kick and round game with his front leg quite a bit. And some nice forward blitzes. I would say put together more of those forward blitzes.
He's got to figure out a way inside on Starcher, who's so long. You can't sit on his kicking range. There it is. That's what he needs. In and out movement just like that. And
oh, and that was that nice side kick.
Good work, doing exactly what you called for.
Believe it or not, I used to be a very good, short, fat Taekwondo guy once upon a time. Good kick to the body. Oh, and he sets it up to the head as well. Good dexterity in that lead leg. You see that classic martial arts training coming in.
Excellent sneaky body kick right up the middle by Steiner.
And in fact, he backed him up a bit with that. He got Preston to take some of the pressure off for a second. Or Sheldon, excuse me.
Much, much better round so far from Steiner. Big low kick.
Your pressure kills it.
Eric Kuhn, the corner of Starcher, calling for more pressure, trying to get Steiner on his back foot here.
And it seems like Steiner made some adjustments
Beautiful
to deal with that pressure.
work
Nice
from
right hand
Steiner.
again, and a left hand behind it.
Puts together 4 punches that land.
Ooh, and he slides just out of the way of that head kick, but he eats
And
another.
there's a beautiful side kick.
That's exactly what I mean on the outside, intercepting attacks with that side kick on the hip.
And Eric Kuhn stands up and says, no point, like this is a karate tournament.
Starcher with
That's
a nice.
excellent side kick again.
And he's using the similar angle when he sets up that front foot side kick as he is when he sets up the front foot head kick. So whenever he gets that pressure read, he's sticking it out as a side kick, and when he doesn't, he's throwing it as that kick to the body.
That's the first clean shot that Shelton's landed this round.
Yeah, and that was a close head kick there, but
And
we see Steiner use it to get inside.
Steiner punishes him for it, which is exactly what he needs to be doing.
That round we saw kind of a reversal of fortunes there. I believe that round.
For sure. I think it's 1-1 now. We got one to go, so this is it. This is for all the marbles here.
I agree. Good fight. Good adjustments in between round by both gentlemen. You saw Kuhn calling for more of the pressure, which Steiner was having trouble dealing with, but we saw Steiner make the adjustments and deal with the pressure well.
That was beautiful. Beautiful job by Steiner to make some changes and come out with the perfect game plan, perfect plan of attack. He turned this fight around. Let's see if he can keep it going.
And as a debut fighter, that's pretty impressive.
So now it's Starcher's job. He's got to change things. If you're his coach, if you're Eric Kuhn right now, what are you telling him?
I think I'm telling him to stay on the outside a little bit more. I think the pressure is a good idea, but it's got to be pressure at distance. It's got to be that kind of that Sean Strickland pressure where it's not volume pressure, it's defensive footwork forward pressure. You got to get Steiner to bite on some things from the outside and then use that to get inside. You got to get him to bite and throw that side kick when you're just out of reach. You got to get him to bite and throw that lead leg head kick when you're just out of reach and then come in behind it with straight punches.
I think Starcher needs to start putting combinations together with his hands as well.
I agree. I think he was headhunting a bit there. I think he's maybe looking for another one of those clean head kick knockouts. But I think he's going to have trouble finding it here with the traditional martial artist. But he did come close on a few of those, so it's not something he should completely abandon. But I would like to see a few more straight punches out of Starcher this round.
And here we go, start of round 3. I think it's 1-1, so here we go. Let's see who wants it more right here. Who's got the better battle plan?
Own this round. Own it.
Nice body kickbacks. Starcher off again. And a nice leg kick on the exit.
There you go.
Beautiful 1-2 from Starcher.
Yeah, and that was exactly what I was talking about. He was able to stay just at that end of the kicking distance and land those straight punches.
And with that southpaw stance, I'd like to see more of that straight left. Crow cop style. Body kick,
and a
high
side
kick,
kick from Starcher there.
straight left.
Get that jab going.
But now he's back to orthodox.
Those leg kicks are points. They add up.
Eric Kuhn in the corner
We need to get on.
calling for more low kicks. Oh, man, Starcher was trying to punish him, but he got caught with, I think, the bigger shot of that combination.
I agree. Steiner doing a good job keeping his elbows inside and throwing straight punches on those exchanges.
And another right hand, left hook for Steiner.
Steiner seems to have found a little bit more confidence this round than he had in the first round as well.
After the second round like he had, no wonder.
We need to land clean. Let those hands go.
We're halfway here through this final round.
Right there.
So far seems to be going Steiner's way.
Fade it out. Come on, fast hand. There we go. Come on. Make it buy. Make him buy that shit. Knee. Put it back. Pressure forward. Go, go, go. Own the ground. You need to own it.
You see, Steiner's doing a good job of making Starcher miss.
Starcher landed a nice right hand to the body, it sounded like there. They trade inside kicks.
Starcher just shook his leg a little there after that one.
Yeah, he seemed to get hit on the inside of the leg as he was throwing that outside right leg kick.
Oh,
And
nice
a nice
straight right.
side kick, though, at the same time.
There's another side kick, keeping him at bay. Excellent job managing distance from the smaller man.
I agree. And you have that luxury whenever you can play off that front foot like that. Oh, we saw a nice wheel kick look. Oh, but a high kick by Starcher and a right hand by Steiner.
That
What a
was
beautiful fight.
Tough third round to
That's a
score
tough
as
third
well.
round to score. And obviously I'm sitting here commentating, not officially judging, but I think it slightly edged the Steiner, but Starcher did good work in that third round as well. I wouldn't be shocked to see this decision go either way. Good tough fight by both guys. Good adjustments made.
Starcher had a strong first round, but then I think Steiner had the strongest round of the fight in that second round. Excellent work from him there.
And we saw him using that front foot kick to the body to both the side kick and the round kick to keep that distance. And you see that's kind of the difference between that traditional martial arts style of leading with the foot first and the hip turning over last, as opposed to what we saw in the last fight where we saw Greg Dunovant using that big tie style where you generate a lot of power and the hip goes first and the foot follows through.
We'll go talk to the winner here.
We see him passing over the West Virginia state flag. As a Morgantown native myself, I'm happy to see that always. Very tightly contested, well-matched fight. Beautiful work by both guys.
Let's give these two kickboxers another round of applause. Our judges have come to a decision, a unanimous decision. 29-28 for your winner, Nate Steiner!
Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for my man Nate Steiner! My friend, that was such a beautiful, intelligent performance. The first round, we thought you were down. You came out looking like a different man in that second round. Tell me, what adjustments did you make there?
Try to wake up a little bit. We realized I was the Maddox fight tonight. I'm really excited. Shout out Hyper Martial Arts. Shout out Jacob Hatfield, Fernando, Stefanic right there on the card. They give me the strength. Let's go, boys.
That's something I wanted to talk to you about. You're the first hybrid guy I've spoken to tonight. Great win. Great way to start off the card for your team. What's it like fighting on the same card tonight as your coach?
It's so energizing. It's great for Lexington. It's great for everybody in the state of Kentucky. Thank you all for coming out. My family.
Let's go, best one in the world! Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Nate Steiner!
Don't forget that this is being streamed by Mountain Dream Media. That's where you can find us. If you're not in Kentucky, you can find us on Mountain Dream Media tonight. Let's move right into our next bout. Our next bout will be another kickboxing bout. So we need first to come to the octagon, Mr. Hargrave.
We see Jordan Hargrave making his way here to the cage, sporting a 1-0 record in MMA, stepping into this bantamweight kickboxing fight with an 0-0 record in kickboxing. That one win by decision.
You see a lot of these guys stepping into kickboxing, into a new sport, looking to test themselves. This guy, man, at weigh-ins yesterday, had an intensity about him that was wild. Honestly, it was one of those moments he started yelling at his opponent, screaming at him. He's like, tomorrow, tomorrow. It was like Shakespeare, tomorrow and tomorrow. But anyway, you know, it's hard to tell anything about that, you know, before the fight. Guys have a lot of different emotions, but honestly, to me, it looked like he was in Grant Holland's head, bad.
Yeah, that's one of those things. Like sometimes on weigh-in day, you can start to get those little mental edges which make your opponent a little slower to pull the trigger, those kind of things.
And that's what I think he was doing, you know. Jordan Hargrave seems like such a good guy. That's the thing. He had an intensity about him, though, at those weigh-ins where he was looking to get in his opponent's head. We won't know if it worked until later. But I also got to see another side of him. We had some crazy stuff happen at the weigh-ins. We had some fighters like
I heard a little bit
almost
of
get into a fight. One thing that most people probably didn't see on camera.
His opponent to come to the ring, Mr. Holland, make your way to the octagon.
There was a kid in the crowd, though, that, you know, was in the middle of it all, and he was really upset, got torn up, you know, 4 or 5 year old little boy. He was crying really bad, and I saw Mr. Hargrave come up to him, put his arm around him and comfort him. I saw two different sides of him yesterday, and it was pretty cool to see.
And we see his opponent, Grant Holland, making his way here, representing Reaction. Seen quite a few of their guys. They were very well represented on the jiu-jitsu card. I'm not sure if they won every match, but they certainly did well in every match.
I think they lost one match. Other than that, they were flawless. It was that...
was that the heavyweight match that went to OT?
They ended up winning that one.
Oh, that's right, that's right.
I think it's the one right before that. Grant Holland, though, very serious competitor here. Class act, too, at the weigh-in. Seemed like such a good guy. Very focused. And he'll be making his debut tonight. But like I say, I don't think, and you'll see at weigh-ins, like things like that happen. A guy like Grant Holland, he's probably a super nice guy outside of the cage and outside of the ring.
Yes, sir.
I think it might have been he just didn't know how to deal with a guy like that in his face. He didn't want anything to do with it. He kept his mouth shut, and he showed a lot of decorum. And he looks focused tonight.
Yeah, he doesn't look to be rattled at all right now.
And for this bout, this will be a bantamweight kickboxing bout, 135 pounds, 3 rounds, 2 minutes. We have kickboxing out of the blue side of the octagon, wearing the black trunks with the red fire, Jordan Hargrave. His opponent, kickboxing out of the red side of the octagon, coming in with 0 wins, 0 losses, Grant Holland.
Grant Holland looks like a much more confident man today. And I like to see that.
Well, and that's one of the things, if you depending on your emotional style of handling fighting, sometimes you save all the emotions for fight day. Weigh-in day is for making weight. Nice inside leg kick, answered with a nice outside leg kick, but he checked it well.
I like that Thai style of Grant Holland.
Oh, and a nice right hook. Or excuse me, left hook right straight.
Oh, that
good
was a knee to the head.
It looked to me like it was knee to the body, but it was suspiciously up there.
I think it slipped up. I think he was trying to go for the solar plexus, and Hargrave kind of ducked into it.
Yeah, especially with that plum clinch, you'll see that happen pretty regularly.
And Hargrave looking to punish him with a big overhand right that misses. It looked like he checked that last low kick.
He did. Grant Holland using his reach well here, staying just on the outside, trying to force Hargrave to fight at his distance, and he landed a nice right hook there again.
Hargrave overthrew the right hand a little bit, and he made him pay for it.
That's a nice left uppercut right hook. Oh, and a nice right body kick behind it. He's doing good work. Oh, but he eats out an overhand right as Hargrave makes his way away from the cage.
Hargrave really likes that overhand right. He's spamming it. Making him a little predictable, though, and that's why these short, tight punches are working for Holland.
Oh, and a nice right kick to the body again. Oh, and he sets him down for a standing 8.
Excellent work from Holland. That's the thing, too. You talk trash at weigh-in. Sometimes you might have to pay for it, need a little crow. And it looks like Holland's making him pay for it right now.
Hargrave seems to recover well there.
Such a technical performance so far from Holland.
And we see Hargrave trying to put a little more forward pressure on him. But Grant Holland doing a good job. Oh, that right hook, or excuse me, that left hook is landing very consistently
And
for
it
him.
hurt him as well.
Oh, and a right hand behind
That's
it.
it. He's out. That's game over, ladies and gentlemen. He's complaining. But
that's a good stoppage. He needs to calm down before Nate Jolly teaches him a lesson in humility.
Nate Jolly did an excellent job protecting the fighter there.
Crowd trying to pump him up, but good show of sportsmanship here. He brought himself down.
That was one of those flash knockouts. I think he woke up when he hit the mat.
But anytime you hit the mat on your back and your head flat drops back and hits the mat, especially when you just got set down shortly before that.
Well, you can see it. He didn't try to catch himself. He was out.
Yeah.
He was out before he hit the ground. A lot of times you'll see that shock of the impact wakes you back up, and that's what happened. But Nate Jolly had seen enough.
Yeah, that was good work.
Excellent work.
That was good work
from
from excellent work by Nate Jolly. Like I said, anytime you see somebody fall backwards like that, it's generally time to stop the fight.
I'm excited to talk to Grant Holland, especially after what happened at weigh-ins.
Elijah Thacker making his way into the cage. beautiful technical work. I was very impressed by the classical Muay Thai style there of Grant Holland. Hargrave really just had a hard time getting the fight into his distance.
Another round of applause. We have a winner. 1 minute and 51 seconds in the round one with the knockout, Mr. Grant Holland!
Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Reaction MMA's Grant Holland! Now, my friend, that was a beautiful, beautiful performance. Your opponent had a lot to say to you last night at weigh-ins. You didn't have much to say at all, but actions speak louder than the words. Tell me, how are you feeling right now?
Fantastic. I just want to say thank you for Jesus Christ. Also, you can talk the talk, but can you walk the walk? Let's go, baby!
Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Grant Holland!
Shout out to Reaction MMA, all my friends and family, teammates, all the best in the East Side area. Let's go!
Beautiful work by Grant Holland tonight.
Hey, I love it. Grant Holland, man, it's time to get into the big ring to do Line Cagefighting 24 here at Central Bank Center, Lexington, Kentucky. And guess what? We not done. So we got to go to the next one. We have our middleweight bout for our next bout, so we will need Mr. Martin Jr. Make your way to the octagon.
Next up, we have Sean Martin Jr. versus Nick Lyons.
This will be our first time seeing Mr. Martin Jr. here, Sean Martin at New Line Cagefighting. Comes in sporting a record with 2 fights, 0-2. But he's coming in against a guy who we've seen at New Line a handful of times in Nicholas Lyons. Nicholas Lyons had a rough start going 0-2, but then has been able to string together some victories and get himself here to 2-4.
I think if you include his grappling wins, he's on like a 4-fight win streak.
I agree.
He's a 2-fight MMA win streak. He's won, I think, 2 in a row in grappling. The kid's turned a corner.
And you can tell that he's taking training more seriously. He's training with good gyms. He's doing good work. I actually cornered against him one of those early losses when he fought Luke Lego. Sorry, I can't say Luke's name right. I apologize. But we saw him kind of look a little nervous in the cage and get put away by Luke a little bit early. But we've seen him really start to get some experience underneath of him and start to come into his own a bit. And his body has changed. He's looking a little bit stronger.
He's been putting in the work. You know, he's a guy. I don't think he was happy with his record. I think he has something to prove, and he's been doing it.
And we see a lot of those kind of guys, right? Like the Eric Mon style of like, you know what, they have some fights, and those can go one of 2 ways. You can either take a couple hard early losses, and you can just stop fighting, or you can start training hard and you can turn it around.
The next thing you know, you're beating up Colin Caprini.
There you go. Taking more years off of my liver than if I was an alcoholic.
Nick Lyons is a fun guy, too. He's always got a good attitude. Win or lose, he's a happy camper. And I like guys like that. It reminds me of, like, Alistair Overeem.
Yep.
Alistair Overeem was always at the top, but he took plenty of losses. He just kept coming back. Like, he would constantly just go back to the drawing board, keep winning fights, be back in title contention.
And then although always hovering around UFC, I mean, he had UFC title shots. He was never quite able to make that work because he got there a little bit later in his career. But you saw Alistair string that K1 Grand Prix victory together where he was able to beat Badr Hari and some really good fighters. And Nick looks comfortable in here. He looks ready.
And for this bout, this will be a middleweight MMA bout, 185 pounds. the blue side of the octagon, wearing the maroon trunks, Sean Martin Jr.
Sean Martin Jr. looks like a powerhouse.
His opponent,
He looks in good shape, and he looks very strong.
representing out of the red side of the octagon, wearing the black trunks, Nicholas Lyons.
And here we go. They touch gloves, and we are underway. Ooh, big right hand by Lyons. And he
Dives in on a double.
but
Now, if he can get his hands connected here against the cage, we might see some success here.
I think Martin's put a stop to that, though. But he's
starting to
on his knees. He needs to get back up. He's threatening that guillotine.
He's threatening that guillotine, but I think he's going to need more than to threaten it.
Lyons isn't fighting the hands at all. He should be fighting the hands right
I can't
now.
quite tell what configuration. It might be high wrist on that far side, but he definitely doesn't have cup and saucer grip here.
He's deep under the neck, though, and Lyons is doing nothing about it. And we saw that with Josh Barnett versus Ben Rothwell. Josh Barnett felt so comfortable there, he just hung out until it was too late. That's what's going to happen here if
Now, Nick
Lyons
Lyons
doesn't do something.
He's doing a good job taking that right arm up over the shoulder. That is the classic jiu-jitsu self-defense, but now he lets that go to throw some punches in it, and he
That's
gets
it.
ready and taps.
And we see he just hung out there too long.
Yep.
You have to address that guillotine grip. That's my favorite choke, and you can't just hang out there. I don't care. You have to respect people's guillotine.
And you can see from, it looked like Lyons might have had some pretty restricted blood flow there for a second based on the way that he reacted after the stoppage. Beautiful work by Sean Martin Jr. He zeroed in on that neck very early on when Nick shot that double leg from the outside. Nicholas Lyons landed a nice leg kick there to start that exchange off, but we see the two men exchanging some words, I believe, of sportsmanship there.
And for this match, we have the winner, 56 seconds into the first round by guillotine. Choke your winner, Sean Martin Jr.
Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Sean Martin Jr. My friend, that was an absolutely beautiful, beautiful guillotine. Talk me through it. So now, this is your first win with New Line. How are you feeling about that?
Excellent, man. I should have won my last fight, but I went to the ground with an experienced ground guy. I had him beat on the feet the whole time. Just got on a hurt with an experienced ground guy.
You know, Nick Lyons there, you had that guillotine grip the whole time. It's like he didn't respect it. He didn't fight the hands. He hung out there too long, and you got the beautiful submission out of it. You got anything to say here in front of this Lexington crowd?
I'll probably be back in a couple months.
Ladies and gentlemen, give it up!
Just in case you didn't know, the referee that they call Ladies Love Nate Jolly is in the octagon with us today. My man, how's it going?
Ladies love Nate Jolly.
And let's get back to action. I don't know, but Sean Martin Jr. had the best tan I've ever seen. I know. That's all I'm gonna say. All right, so let's get back to our next one. Our next one will be a bantamweight. So we will need Mr. Starcher to make his way to the octagon.
And we see Preston Starcher now making his way, the brother of Sheldon. Sorry, Sheldon, I called you Preston a few times. I might do it to your brother. I might accidentally call him Sheldon. But we see him making his way to the octagon now. we've seen him in a lot of fights. Early on in his career, we saw him have some of those kind of similar Achilles heels that we've seen his brother have. I think they just didn't have enough time on the mats polishing their grappling. But we saw him initially putting in some work at Butch Howes, and now I believe he's training pretty regularly there at Cat 5 with Wes and those guys. He's got Eric Kuhn and the Category 5 guys in his corner. So you can see that he started to clear. He's certainly starting to shore up some of those holes that he had in the grappling department. Always looked very slick on his feet. Honestly, quite impressive for being from the small town of Spencer, West Virginia. Both of the Starcher brothers.
He's with such a good camp now, too. I think the sky's the limit for both these guys. They're both so young, so hungry, and I really love their attitude about the sport. The self-belief that the Starcher brothers have is almost infectious. It makes me kind of believe in myself a little bit.
Yeah, he had a beautiful attitude even whenever he had the armbar loss early on to Chance Grillett.
And you see he comes back and tries to redeem that loss to Chance.
And did a decent job. I mean, that was a good fight. The second fight, they were both good fights.
It's just hard for that deficit, you know.
Well, I mean,
Chance is a brown belt.
Yeah, Chance is a brown belt who's been grappling for a long time.
And he's still training. It's going to be hard to catch up to that. So that grappling deficit was still there, but he gave it a lot more valiant of an effort in that fight.
And we saw him actually get a submission win over Brittany Vaughn with outside. I believe he was setting up an outside heel hook, but I think he got the submission on the reap as he was generating heel exposure. But yeah, you see him shoring up some of those holes in his grappling, which this will be an interesting match because he's going up against He's going up against Mitchell Vaughn from Tartarus MMA, and we saw Mitchell Vaughn using some very good clinch work and takedowns and good control, good throws off the cage and those kind of things. So this is an interesting stylistic matchup.
And you know, Mitchell Vaughn fighting out of Tartarus MMA, Zach Wiles, Eric Swan. These guys are the real deal when it comes to jiu-jitsu.
Yeah, Zach Wiles is a very high-level grappler. I had the pleasure to get to compete against him myself. That's a very good camp. And Billy Pose there is also a solid purple belt, even though he's currently climbing his way up through the New Line pro boxing rank. But, I mean, that's a high-level training environment.
And, you know, I really like Mitchell Vaughn's attitude. He's a soft-spoken guy. He's not a guy that likes to be on camera and talk a lot. Yesterday at the weigh-ins, he had so few words, and he messaged me afterwards. He was like, man, I'm sorry. I'm trying to get better at that stuff. I'm like, dude, you did fine. He's one of those guys, he'd rather talk in here, and that's what he's getting ready to do. There was bad blood between these two. There's bad blood between, it seems like, Mitchell Vaughn and the entire team there at Category 5. You know, he originally had that rivalry with Stephen McGrew.
This will be a bantamweight MMA bout at 135 pounds, 3 rounds, 3 minutes. We have, representing out of the blue side of the octagon, wearing the maroon trunks, Preston Starcher.
The question is, if Mitchell Vaughn wins this fight,
representing out of the red side of the octagon, wearing the green trunks, Michael Vaughn.
No, very close.
Close enough. Anyway, how many more, if he wins this fight, how many more Category 5 guys are there?
Yeah, they seem to have a limitless well of them
Because
at that weight class. We're going to get Sheldon down there.
We have to wonder how many it takes to win this war.
And we see him immediately trying to use pressure and footwork to close that distance, but he gets stuck up underneath. Oh, he finds himself underneath the mount. He needs to either get up or work his way to single leg X.
Bad spot.
He got himself a bit overextended, but he was able to hit that reversal.
That's what happens when you're such a good wrestler. You can end up in a bad spot, still find your way to the top.
Now he finds himself on top. Oh, Preston works his way back to his feet.
And there's the guillotine from Mitchell Vaughn. It looks like he's deep under the neck. Let's see if he can finish it. There it is. Ooh, it's so close, and it looks nasty. He's got him trapped against the cage.
Starcher doing a decent job of fighting the hands and taking pressure off. It looks like his...
This is the end. Yep. It's over. Good job. Excellent guillotine. I love a good guillotine. That was perfect. Perfect. Trapped him against the cage. I'm excited. I'm on my feet.
We've got a beautiful balance. I'm not a big fan of the guillotines when I'm training my fighters, and we got Elijah who gets super excited. So that we got a nice balance whenever somebody goes for a guillotine and me being like, it's probably going to be all right.
I'm just going to come out and say it. Colin Caprini sucks at guillotines.
Colin Caprini does suck at guillotines.
You take those leg locks and just shove them right up your butt.
I'm not that much of a leg locker. I'm a pressure passer.
Bull crap.
Hey, Matt Harrison was like, I thought you were going to come at your legs, and I was like, I'm going to pressure pass.
How excited you get about Ashi.
That is true.
And outside Ashi and all this gibberish, I don't know what it is.
We have a winner, 40 seconds into the first round by guillotine choke for your winner, Michael Vaughn.
Beautiful work by Mitchell Vaughn.
Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Mitchell Vaughn, a.k.a. Michael. My friend, you've had this incredible rivalry with Category 5, Preston's teammates. Before this, it was Eric Kuhn. Before that, it was Stephen McGrew. Now you've defeated a third Category 5 guy. I just want to know, when's this war going to end?
I got respect for them, man. I mean, they're all good guys. You know, I'm just on to the next, bro.
So I want you to talk me through this finish here. You ended up in a really bad spot hunting for that takedown. You were able to scramble to the top. You got that guillotine. Once you sunk it under the chin, did you know it was over?
Yeah, I hit a sloppy shot, man. I knew I was in trouble, so I just had to kind of go with the flow.
So was that the game that you went into this put him on his back and to finish there?
It was a strike. I lost the takedown. When I shot him in the back, I was straight.
Well, you worked out in the end. That was excellent work. Beautiful guillotine. You had me on my feet. I think you got everybody here on their feet. Give it up for Mitchell Vaughn. Mitchell Vaughn.
That's my fault, not Michael Mitchell. Make sure I get my man's name right. It's not Michael Mitchell. We're going to keep it moving. We're going to get into our next bout. So we need Mr. Baines to make your way to the octagon.
We have Toro Bays making his way to the cage now.
Mitchell Vaughn with another beautiful win. That kid's on a hell of a streak.
He is. That was a good, very good, solid mechanics on that guillotine too. Low wrist, high elbow, beautiful stuff.
Next up, we have a middleweight MMA bout between Arturo Bays. He will be fighting R.J. Baldridge. And here we see Toro Bays stepping into the cage.
And Toro Bays didn't look too bad in that. He has a record of 0-1, but he's got the one loss early in the first round to Nicholas Lyons, who we saw working earlier tonight.
Opponent, Mr. Baldridge, make your way to the octagon.
And we have Richard Baldridge making his MMA debut here tonight. Another representative of Reaction.
Reaction has had a hell of a night so far. And you know, you got to think, it means a lot to have an event like this in your hometown. You're defending your turf. We see Ryan Hall in the corner. He was supposed to be on the card tonight. His opponent pulled out, unfortunately.
I believe we saw him get a nice triangle win here in this very arena.
He's been on an absolute tear. And it's getting to the point where it's tough for him to find an opponent. Former UK football player has absolutely burst onto the scene in MMA. Won his first couple by knockout. Then we saw him get that beautiful triangle. So he can do it all. And here we see his teammate stepping into the cage. R.J. Baldridge looks to be in incredible shape.
And I believe
And for this bout, this will be a middleweight MMA bout of 185 pounds. 3 minutes, 3 rounds. We have fighting out of the blue side of the octagon, wearing the black trunks with the red his opponent fighting out of the red side of the octagon, wearing the white shorts, R.J. Baldridge!
There's an energy about this fight that I like.
I like it already. Well put together middleweights, both of them as well.
I think that's Colin's way of saying they're two good-looking men.
That's right. Toro opens up with that inside leg kick and an outside leg kick there, but he's getting backed into a corner here.
Baldridge looking for that big shot to close the show already.
Baldridge.
Oh! What a combination to put him away. He is out cold. Brutal knockout. He's still out.
It's one of the most brutal knockouts we've seen in New Line history.
I think that may have been uppercut, left hook. Let's take a look at the replay.
I know there was at least a right uppercut in there that got the party kind of started.
Uppercut, left hook.
Yep.
That was it. And he was out before he hit the ground. What a performance from R.J. Baldridge.
And we saw that good pressure footwork, kind of working him, backing him into a corner, and then
you knew he's walking in there to set up that big shot to close the show, and he did it.
Beautiful work by referee Matt Jones to get in there and intercept that that last punch that was on its way, save the fighter from more damage. Toro Bays makes his way to the stool. He appears to be recovering here.
RJ!
We have a winner with 18 seconds into the first round. Knockout for your winner, R.J. Hargrave.
Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for a very scary man, R.J. Baldridge. My friend, that may be the most vicious knockout we've ever seen in New Line Cagefighting. I want you to talk me through it.
I'm not fucking surprised! 1, 2, Semper fucking 5! 3, thanks to my coach, my family, all my teammates and friends!
Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for R.J. Baldridge.
R.J. Baldridge very excited about that victory.
We're going to move on to the next one. R.J. Baldridge, good job. Our next bout will be a kickboxing bout. So we are going to need Mr. Elmore to come down to the octagon. Miss Elmore. Miss Elmore. Yeah, man, don't tell me it's a penalty. I didn't know it was a girl fight. I apologize. Sorry. That should make it even more entertaining.
He was very excited after that victory. So excited he didn't even politely take the trophy from the lovely ring girl that was handing it to him.
That guy was terrifying. I was scared up there interviewing him.
Now here we see Kelsey Elmore making her way here to the cage. This will be her first kickboxing fight, but I believe she's either 1-0 or 2-0 in amateur MMA. In fact, I got to watch one of her fights was against Amanda Morgan, who used to train at Butch House's gym many years ago. I've seen Amanda around, and Kelsey was able to really kind of outclass her on the ground. And Amanda Morgan is somebody that I've seen competing at intermediate levels back when I was competing at intermediate levels.
Kelsey,
so she's been around for a long time. So this is an impressive feather in her cap. Now it'll be interesting to see how she makes. I think she's looking to work on her striking, and she took this fight on short notice, I do believe. But yeah, interesting matchup we have going on here.
Kelsey got her start in jiu-jitsu at Chewy's gym in Louisville.
Okay, yeah, that's right.
Massively popular.
Yep. High-level grapplers at Chewy's gym.
Now she's training out of E-Town.
Miss Fishbach to make her way to the octagon.
And making her way to the octagon for her NLC debut here is Keely Fishbach. Keely, I believe, is more of a traditional martial arts practitioner. I believe Taekwondo is her background. So this will be interesting to see how her style transitions here.
Keely Fishbach has been looking for a match for a while now, and I think it's more difficult to match female fighters, especially when they're just starting out.
Very difficult, very difficult. In fact, we at one point in time we were looking at a potential matchup between her and one of our fighters, but I don't know if the weight classes are going to quite work there. It's very difficult, especially at 25, 115, 105, those weight classes. Very difficult to find opponents sometimes. But I think just estimating, having never seen these two in kickboxing before.
And for this bout, this will be a bantamweight kickboxing bout at 135 pounds. 2 minutes, 3 rounds. We have kickboxing out of the blue side of the octagon, wearing the tiger print shorts, Kelsey Elmore. And her opponent, kickboxing out of the red side of the octagon, wearing the black trunks, Keely Fishbach.
Now, what I was saying there is I think we're probably going to see another one of these, more of a traditional martial arts versus classical MMA style, right? I look for a lot of forward pressure and punches from Kelsey Elmore and a lot of kicks from Keely Fishbach. And there we see that playing out already.
Yeah, you see that. She almost looked like she was thinking about the double leg. She's rushing in. She's going to walk into something, being a little too wild.
And we see her working those knees to the body. Here in Kentucky, they are allowed to work from the clinch as long as it's knees. No holding and throwing uppercuts. We saw a nice right body kick there from Keely, but closed the distance again did Kelsey Elmore. We'll see.
If you're Fishbach, though, it's weird dealing with somebody who's in your face the entire time. It's hard to get off any of your own offense. So maybe that's the game plan from Elmore, but she's gotten cracked already a couple times. Oh, that side kick hurt her to the body.
Yep.
That side kick put her down. It was the beginning of that.
That's what I was saying earlier. Whenever you're dealing with forward offense as a traditional martial arts style, you got to get that heel in between you and your partner, and she was able to do that even in a limited space there and at kind of a funky angle.
If you're in the corner of Fishbach, you got to be calling for work the body right now.
Fishbach
knees to the body right now would be excellent.
Kelsey Elmore recovering well, though, putting together some straight punches here against the fence. She's kind of looking down towards the double. One thing about that kick-heavy offense style is that it does tend to gas you a little bit as opposed to pressure and punches. But getting body shots early can kind of even that out as the fight wears on.
Kelsey actually looks a lot better now. She's slowed down, calmed down. She's not too. She's got a more methodical pace.
Oh, she got
axe kick.
She got axe kick there
from Fishbach.
No, I don't believe that did very much damage, but it was a good range controller. That's one of the things that I like to use to try to mitigate distance.
And you don't see that often in MMA. It's very rare to see an axe kick.
We see Keeley working some hooks there as Elmore enters in, but this is an interesting round. Now that round, do you know off the top of your head, is it an automatic point for a knockdown here in Kentucky? I believe in kickboxing it is. So we're either looking at a 10-8 round there or potentially a 9-9, but I think...
we had some controversy about that on the last card, if you remember. One of the fights, there was some gray area between the commission whether it's an automatic 10-8 for a knockdown. I believe that it is. I think that should be a 10-8 round for Keely Fishbach.
But Kelsey Elmore doing a good job, forward pressure. She stayed composed. She was coming back in.
It's funny, she looked better after that knockdown.
Yep.
She looked more composed.
I think once she got hit, she kind of woke up. She sat down. She realized she was in a fight. Getting ready to start round 2 here. It'll be interesting to see how those dynamics play off. We're going to look for more forward pressure here from Kelsey Elmore. Keely Fishbach going to maybe try to use those side kicks at distance. She was using them very in close, but a lot of times those can be used to intercept forward pressure. It'll be interesting to see if she makes that adjustment, switches from the round kicks, which Elmore's kind of able to go, use as a funnel to get inside. Or can Kelsey Elmore do a little bit more damage from inside to clinch this round? Oh, and we saw a nice left hand there landed for Elmore.
Elmore
staying in her face. She's smothering those kicks.
Coming on strong, too, in the second round. But she got caught.
She did get caught. It's interesting that power dynamics here.
She's wobbly.
Yeah.
I think that shot behind the ear hurt her.
There you go.
A nice calf kick there, though. No, it looked like she blocked that body kick, but same side punch came right after it. Seemed to land for Fishbach.
Kelsey Elmore is either hurt or tired here. But she's still marching forward, still looking to land offense.
She looked right at her corner while they were giving her advice. Oh, a good forward pressure and a right hand lands for Elmore.
Looking to land that. She could have landed a beautiful knee to the head if it was legal there.
Yeah.
She thought about it. Beautiful side kick again from Keely Fishbach.
Yeah, that time it looked like it either came off of the back foot or she at least returned it to the back foot.
Good high kick. Oh, man!
And an overhand
huge
right hand for Kelsey
from Elmore.
And Keely looks like she's a little out of sorts, but she's trying to get her wits back about her and throw knees on the inside, but she's kind of grabbing around the head, trying to get control.
Elmore pouring it on now.
Now Keely Fishbach looks to be the more tired of the two.
Oh, and that side kick again puts her down.
I believe that's going to be called we're calling that a knockdown. Interesting. I think that was more of an energy in, but man, that's a. Kelsey needs to put some pressure on. She's got 5 seconds to work here.
Matt Jones thought about stopping that fight there. Kelsey does enough and keeps coming forward, catches that kick. Tries to land an overhand. This is a grueling fight between these two
and
warriors.
It's interesting because Keely appears to be the more tired of the two, but Kelsey appears to have taken some damage on those body shots. It'll be interesting to see how she recovers in between rounds. She did good work landing those punches over the top.
Fishbach's breathing heavy too, though. Both women are tired.
Yep.
I think we're going to see a war of attrition here in the third.
But I do believe with both of those sidekick knockdowns, Keely Fishbach probably up 2 rounds here.
Yeah, I think we're going to have to see either a knockdown or a finish from Elmore.
I agree, or maybe something like kind of 10-7 territory, but. Eliza Thatcher is one of my favorite personalities as well.
Eliza Thatcher. That's the name I check into hotels when I don't want people to know I'm there.
That's when you do your DB Cooper flights.
When I make my transition, that's who I'll be, Eliza Thatcher.
That puts you're related to Margaret now, right?
Yep, the Iron Lady. My grandma.
I think we might have found a new fighting nickname for you.
You know, speaking of tough women, I would have loved to have seen Margaret Thatcher in the cage. It's a shame that MMA wasn't really around in mainstream.
She would have put it on like she put it on the unions.
Yep, that's exactly right. Tough lady.
Good third round coming here. This will be interesting. It's very difficult to deal with that sidekick if you've not dealt with it before.
And she catches that one, dumps her on her butt. We're going to have to see a knockdown or a finish here from Kelsey Elmore.
And she looks hungry for it. Oh, and she lands a right hand behind the ear again. But
she's rushing a little again.
Oh, she landed a nice right hand in the clinch there, though.
She's got to be careful not to walk into something.
She walks right into that side kick off the angle again.
And big right hand from Elmore.
And
she's
again,
chasing her down, looking to try to put her away.
Big show of heart here by Kelsey Elmore. Jamming that knee in on a nice right hook behind it. Keely doesn't seem to be super comfortable here in the clinch. But she does land a right hook there on the exit. This has turned into more of a dogfight.
And you see Elmore coming in with her hands super low. And good knees to the body. That was a nice one.
She's going to need to at least set her down, though. She spun around. We've got 1 minute remaining.
She's got 57 seconds left to make something happen, and she's digging.
Now she's just trying to use that side kick to keep her distance, but Kelsey's able to run her down again, landing knees to the body. Just not quite enough pop on him, I don't think, to set her down, at least not at this juncture in the fight.
Too much fatigue. Oh, and a side kick to the face. That was nice. Keeps her honest. And
very good fight. I believe probably would give that last round to Kelsey Elmore.
Absolutely, but I think too little, too late.
Yep. And honestly, I think that I would have personally maybe even gone 9-9 on that first round. But
with the knockdown,
but that's what I mean is with the knockdown. I think she might have been winning that first round 10-9, and then that made it 9-9. But the second round, I think Keely Fishbach was able to probably win that 10-8 with that knockdown.
Interesting fight here, interesting one to score. We'll see who comes out on top.
Tremendous show of heart by both of these ladies here. Tough fight turned in. Did turn into a war of attrition. Kelsey Elmore fought very tough. And like I was saying earlier, the side kicks are not the most common techniques. You see Stephen Wonderboy Thompson land them very effectively in MMA, but most MMA gyms don't have a ton of guys who have a good side kick. It's not something you're going to get a lot of looks at and get very comfortable defending, unfortunately, in most gyms.
We have had to go to the scorecard in this bout, and the judges scored unanimous 29-28, 29-28, 29-27 for your winner, Keely
Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for the very tough
Yeah,
Don't forget, New Line Cagefighting 24, Lexington, Kentucky, Central Bank Center, brought to you by Mountain Dream Media. We're about to take intermissions. So, brief intermission. Go get something to drink, use your restroom. Make sure you see your bartender, your favorite person in the place, and we'll be right back.
Definitely got our answer there when they read 29-28. Theirs were just 10-9 rounds. They didn't even score it as 10-8.
Delano Reynolds, we need you to come to the octagon. Delano Reynolds, come to the octagon. You know Delano
I was even curious about that in my fight with Eric
get it right. You started right here, New Line Cagefighting, fighting right here in Rubber Arena, Central Vanderpool. Matter of fact, I remember I interviewed you my first time here doing the show here, and you're going pro now, and you're fighting for a purse of $25,000. Is that correct?
Oh, 100%. Actually, when I win this fight, I'll get a multi-fight contract worth $200,000. So that's the whole thing. He said, I'm just going to get a bonus when I win fighter than I can pay over that $25,000. And that's the whole thing. Is no, never sell yourself short. All you want to talk shit about me one time in my life, say I wasn't crazy because of that, but I don't go. And that's why I said, don't worry about anybody. Just go ahead and do the shit you need to do. Be these.
Number one, the mustache is dope. Number two, it don't matter where you start, it matters where you finish, baby. Go get him. Brandon the Ninja Kelly, New Line Cagefighting champion. It don't matter where you start, it matters where you finish. That's proof that you can start right here in New Line Cagefighting and then go fight for a purse of $25,000, man. So if you want to get in, the octagon is right here. You can get in. Want some? Come get some. All right, hey, we can start moving right on to the next one. So I need you to find the seat. We're going to welcome referee Rickard Jones back to the octagon. We need Mr. Robinson to make his way to the octagon.
And we have Antonio Robinson stepping into the cage. This is a guy that I really like to watch. Has a unique energy about him, a confidence about him that you don't see often. And he made his debut in Ashland just about a month and a half ago with a thunderous knockout. A big, big man. This is a massive heavyweight MMA bout. 3 rounds, 3 minutes. Antonio Robinson versus Chaz Blevins. And here he comes, Antonio Robinson, 4-0 in Muay Thai, 1-0 in kickboxing, and now he makes his MMA debut. And you gotta really love this Dolly Parton walkout.
Okay, there we go. We need his opponent, Mr. Blevins. Make your way to the octagon.
And here we go. Chaz Blevins will be making his debut tonight as well. Chaz Blevins built like a tank as well. Trained out of Thrive Tribe Boxing. And we see my other commentator, Colin Caprini, taking his zen, not here beside me where he belongs. Busy getting his nicotine fix. We caught him on camera doing it. And Chaz Blevins seemed like a very composed, driven fighter yesterday when I spoke with him at weigh-ins. You can see he's a very powerfully built man, big traps. These are 2 true heavyweights that carry big power. And I think we're in for some fireworks. This is one of my picks for fight of the night.
And as we get back to the action,
As you know, Colin, I'm a big fan of this man, Antonio Robinson.
Fighting out of the red side of the octagon, also coming in with 0 wins, 0 losses, wearing the gray shorts, Chaz Bevens.
These are two dangerous, dangerous men. And Colin, this is one of my picks for potential fight of the night. Excellent front kick to start the show from Antonio. Oh, and he got cracked and he's hurt. And he gets a hold of him and gets a beautiful entry to a takedown but can't get it. Oh, beautiful reversal from Antonio.
But he ends up on this back.
He rushed it, got too high, and gets called to his feet.
Oh,
man.
and he got cracked as he was standing. Oh, but he's able to build up, but he's in an RNC. Now let's see. Oh, he's tapped.
That was a brutal finish. Chaz Bevens explodes onto the scene. Very dangerous man there. Had him hurt on the feet. And that was the beginning of the end. He stayed on him, found that rear naked choke. Antonio almost reversed it there, but got a little overzealous taking the back.
Yep. Got very high on the back. That's one of the things I impress upon my fighters a lot is very difficult to control the back as somebody's trying to stand in MMA. I'd rather you be on turtle on the side where you have less of a chance of kind of falling over the top of that. But that was a good setup and good fight.
Let's go talk to the winner.
We have a winner 35 seconds into round number 1 by rear naked choke for your winner, Chaz Bevens.
Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Chaz Bevens. Beautiful performance. You just put away a very dangerous man. Tell me, how does it feel to get that first win in the cage?
It feels fucking great. It feels wonderful.
So, my friend, talk me through it.
The plan was to take it back up, play some more striking. Austin could stand up on his own, give him help. We're going to go.
You did an excellent job. That was such a brutal finish. You heard it over here to start it off. Almost got that takedown in reverse. They got a little overzealous and fell off the top. You never let him up. You started punishing and found that choke. You just announced that you're a force to be reckoned with in this heavyweight division. So what's next?
What's next? We'll keep going for the MMA career, and we'll be on the champion.
Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for a bad man, Chaz Bevens.
Beautiful work by Chaz Bevens. Good controls, keeping his composure in those scrambles on the ground.
We'll just say wow about that rear naked choke, and we will continue to move on. Oh, we've got a doozy for you. Our next bout will be a pro boxing bout. So let's just get it started, and we'll ask Mr. Green to make his way to the octagon.
Coming up next, we have a lightweight kickboxing bout.
We need Belcher. This will be lightweight kickboxing. Yep, this will be lightweight kickboxing, and we need Belcher to make his way to the octagon.
Now we have Belcher, who's with those Category 5 guys. I've seen him warming up. He certainly seems, I've not seen him fight, but I've seen him hit the pads. He certainly seems to know what he's doing there.
Dangerous guy, one of their striking coaches. And there was so much bad blood between these two at weigh-ins. Just an intensity about this bout that you don't often see, so I'm really looking forward to this one. I've got to give a shout-out to Roman Belcher's Gladiator t-shirt. It reminds me of an Iron Maiden shirt.
So we got Belcher coming back. We got Belcher making his way to
Yeah, we had a slight hiccup there in the ring announcer accidentally calling the pro boxing match. We're going to have a lightweight kickboxing match here at 155 pounds. Roman Belcher looks pretty well sized. Looks like somebody who probably knows how to cut some weight properly.
And you know something we should talk about, I spoke with Eric Kuhn backstage during intermission. Category 5 got some really terrible news this morning.
The whole West Virginia MMA community, unfortunately.
Our former fighter, Stephen McGrew, passed away about a year ago from heroin overdose. It's something he's been battling. We got the news this morning. You know, Category 5 did that his twin brother.
We need Mr. Baker to make his way to the octagon.
They got the news that Stephen's twin brother Shane, who also has competed for us in the past, another great fighter, has also overdosed on heroin and is not doing well. He's fighting for his life right now. So, you know, our thoughts and prayers go to the McGrew family in all Category 5.
Yeah, definitely. And some of the nicest guys that I've ever gotten to meet in martial arts. You know, obviously I only know them from when I saw them at cards, but I met them back in 2017 or 2018 when I was fighting down in Virginia. And we were like, oh, hey, we're both from West Virginia. We both made the long drive. And we kind of talked with each other while we were warming up backstage and stuff. Some of the nicest guys that I ever got to encounter in a locker room. And it's a tragedy to lose them both.
Well, you see these tragic stories in combat sports, like the Von Erich brothers. It's like these families that it's almost like they're cursed with these awful things happening. And my prayers go out to the McGrew family. My heart breaks for them. But stepping into the cage now is Ethan Baker. He is 1-0, training out of Reaction MMA. As we've seen, these Reaction guys are the real deal. Rob Nickerson heading that camp has put together one of the most elite teams, not only in the Kentucky area, but that I've ever seen.
Ooh, we see these two kind of getting in each other's faces here before the fight even begins.
And this happened at weigh-ins. There was a lot of tension between these two fighters. I expect to see fireworks in this one, Colin.
And even though these gentlemen are both making their amateur kickboxing debut, high-level camps appear to be high-level fighters, I expect this to be a good scrap.
Will be a lightweight kickboxing bout at 155 pounds, 2 minutes, 3 rounds. And before we get started into this bout right now, this is one of the bouts. Pre-bout was voted it could be the bout of the night. So you're gonna wanna pay attention to this one right here. We have kickboxing out of the blue side of the octagon, wearing the paisley shorts, Roman Belcher. His opponent fighting out of the red side of the octagon, wearing the shorts that have the name Ethan Baker.
If you forget who the combatants are, you can always just look at the junk of both of them and see which one's Ethan Baker.
Wearing the shorts that say Ethan. It's Ethan. And here we go.
No touch of gloves there.
What's sad is his shorts don't say Ethan. They say Baker.
Nice outside leg kick there by Belcher.
Beautiful work from Roman Belcher to strike. Nice angle change
Yeah,
there.
we see a little bit of that dynamic playing out where we've got more of the traditional Thai style with the forward march and that Dutch kickboxing style.
That was a beautiful left hook to low kick from Roman Belcher. He's so clean.
Now, he did take a little bit of a left hook at the end of that exchange from Baker, but Belcher so far doing good work here on the outside, using that footwork to change angles, which is kind of what you want to do, although he did eat a hard teep to the body there. That's what you can't stand in front of that Thai style. Very difficult, at least. You see a nice left hand in there as well.
Baker's just kind of pawing with that jab. I'd like to see him get a little more snap on it.
We did see him kind of commit there to one straight right hand that seemed to find the mark, but Belcher seems unfazed. Oh, but a nice punching combination to get into the clinch here.
They separate and start back. We're still seeing a lot of pawing from Baker.
Oh, and a nice kick to the belly by Roman Belcher.
Belcher's doing a good job dictating the range of this fight.
Yep. He's using his range, and honestly, it's kind of a similar dynamic to the one that we saw between, I believe it was another Category 5 guy and a Thai fighter at that last kickboxing card.
Baker's corner.
Baker landed a nice teep and a right hand there, but not enough snap behind any of his strikes. I believe that round pretty clearly goes to Roman Belcher.
I think that was the best moment of the round for him, but it's just not enough.
Yep.
Roman,
He did land one nice straight right hand where he settled in when Belcher was kind of in front of him for a second and threw a long straight right hand that found the mark.
and you see Rob Nickerson over in the corner of Baker elevating those legs, making sure they don't go dead on him. It's good work from Rob Nickerson. You know, he's been there and done that. He's the type of corner, he's seen every situation in a fight. What kind of advice do you think he's giving him here?
Well, I think one thing that we are seeing is when he's on the outside and using those kicks, the chin tends to drift up a bit for Roman Belcher, but he's kind of at a safe distance generally when that happens. I think the idea would be to try to get in the pocket just a bit more, make a little bit more of a firefight happen. You got to use that forward tie pressure to march somebody down into corners generally if they're using that kind of that Dutch style of footwork that, you know, we were talking about Lomachenko earlier in the night, right? It's obviously a little bit different, but that kind of amateur boxing style footwork that we see the Dutch guys bring into kickboxing, you know, via guys like Rob Kamen and Ramon Deckers and those types. But it can be very difficult to deal with. Generally, you need a good jab and a teep behind it.
Oh, beautiful left hook from Roman Belcher.
Yeah.
Rocks the head back of Baker.
Oh, no, we did see it. Oh, that was a better side kick and a teep there from.
I do believe that left hook hurt him there. He had to sharpen up to get him off of him.
Yeah, but his composure hasn't quite recovered yet.
Roman Belcher cracked him again in that exchange.
Oh, and a good kick to the body there by Roman Belcher.
And that Roman just pouring it on.
Yeah, a little bit of a question mark type kick over the glove there.
Good right hand. Roman does a great job of changing angles. Corner calling for that low kick, followed up with a high. Keep changing levels with your kicks. Yeah, his corner's doing a great job. He started throwing only kicks. His corner said, now throw punches. Beautiful job.
Oh, and a nice right hook on the exit from the clinch there.
Excellent work from the corner of Roman Belcher. And a good combination there, 1-2 kick.
Oh, and he just slips out of the way of that right hand. It's a good head kick into that.
One thing I like about Belcher as well, he's so active, but his defense is always on point as well.
Belcher's doing a good job of controlling those clinch exchanges with a little bit more volume and knees. We haven't seen Baker really make him respect the clinch. He's kind of using the clinch as a mechanism to hold and slow the fire down. But now he's getting a little bit of forward pressure going on Belcher, but
Belcher just clinches and turns him around.
Yeah, and you see
whether he's inside or out, Belcher's dictating the distance of this fight, and he's doing a brilliant job at it. And that wheel kick touches him there at the end, and he smiles.
Now, one thing we are seeing a lot of from Baker is when he gets in the clinch, kind of some what we would generally consider to be bad habits, kind of going around the head, almost like he's looking for a head and arm throw, Valentina Shevchenko style, which is, you know, generally not the kind of posture that you want to take in a fight with standing knees and, you know, where takedowns aren't clean. So I'm interested to see what kind of adjustments he tries to make come out of this third round, because that first round was very tightly contested. This has still been a tightly contested match, but Belcher's really starting to kind of take over.
I think he's definitely up 2 rounds. Baker's going to have to do something drastic here. He's going to have to probably put him away. Judging by the rules we've seen so far, I don't know if they're scoring 10-8 rounds for knockdown. So if I'm in the corner of Baker, I'm telling him this is it. You need a finish here.
And it's an amazing transformation we're seeing, like a good meeting of the minds with all these striking guys starting to train there at Category 5. I mean, Category 5 historically primarily a jiu-jitsu gym with very high-level jiu-jitsu. I mean, Wes is a very good teacher.
I'm not sure who it is in the corner right now of Roman Belcher, but he's doing an excellent job.
Yep.
He's giving great advice. He looks a little like if Eric Kuhn took a nap for like 20 years, like a Rip Van Winkle situation, and woke up, and he'd be that guy. But I'm not sure who he is. I know he does excellent work, though. I'm very impressed. Good side kick from Roman Belcher to start the third. Oh, and a high kick.
Oh, and a good knee to the body there. I think he feels that he's kind of hurting him with those knees. Yeah, and we see again he's going for that kind of prison guard tie-up.
And Roman's corner's telling him he's hurt.
Oh!
And a massive right hand. It was exactly what we said.
Yep.
He needs to do something big, and he just did it.
And that's that straight right hand that was just barely missing the mark earlier. And we saw in round 2, we saw Roman Belcher just barely slip out of the way of it.
Can Roman Belcher survive?
Oh, and a head kick and a right hand behind it.
And another right hand from Baker lands, but not with as much power as that last one. This just turned into a fight.
Oh, and he just barely slipped out of the way of that one. But we see Belcher use it again to enter into the clinch and do some work with knees.
And he's telling Belcher to pour it on. The corner's calling for him to go. They know he needs this round 2.
Oh, and we got a Superman punch there landed from Baker.
Because if you score that at 10-8, then we got a draw here, ladies and gentlemen.
And that was a clean knockdown. That wasn't setting somebody down with a side kick. That was a punch to the face that set him completely backwards on his ass.
Big right hand from Baker, and then Belcher comes back at him with a combination.
And he's just again wrapping the head up and staying close. He doesn't need that. We've got 40 seconds left to work. He's got to put a stamp on this fight if he wants to win.
Big right hand, but he doesn't do any damage there, and Belcher marches forward and lands his own.
Oh, and then that nice slip right to the back. Beautiful
Excellent work
there.
in the clinch by Belcher. Oh, and another one!
Now that's not clean, I don't believe, under the Kentucky rule set, holding the kick and throwing punches, but he's getting warned for it. But we got 20 seconds left, and we're not going to have a point deduction for that.
He ducks and tries to throw a big right hook, but Belcher gets him in that clinch, throwing knees. Oh, and a beautiful hook from Roman Belcher.
There was another right hand landed in that exchange
They are
by
going
Baker
to war.
too.
10 seconds left. Belcher is throwing. What a fight.
Ladies and gentlemen, that's quite a round. Now, I do believe, if in my scoring, I would call that a 10-8 because I do believe Baker won that whole round, and I think he also scored that knockdown. Even if it's not an automatic point for the knockdown, I think he controlled the pace enough and the damage of that knockdown. That would be enough in my mind.
So my question,
for
would
it to
you
go
score
10-8.
that a draw?
I would personally probably score that 28-28.
It's going to be very interesting when we see the judges' scorecards here.
Amazing fight turned in by both of these gentlemen. Roman Belcher, phenomenal work in the first 2 rounds, and tremendous heart by Ethan Baker to stay tough in that fight, even whenever he seemed to be losing his composure a little bit. Come back and set Roman Belcher down in that 3rd round. Really doing his best work of the fight in that round. We saw him land that straight right hand early in round 1 one time, just barely on the end of it where he wasn't quite able to get full extension. And in the 2nd round, we saw him throw it a few times and just barely miss. But then we see the whatever animosity there was between these two is lost as the respect is gained by mutual skill exchange.
New Line Cagefighting 2024, Central Bank Arena. You wanted action, we gonna give you action. We had to go to the judges' scorecard for this bout. And our judges have scored it. Judge number 1 scores it 28-28. Judge number 2, 28-28.
Yep.
Judge number 3, 28-28. We have
phenomenal fight.
Now, Roman, I'll start with you. This was a crazy fight, absolute war. First 2 rounds, you looked so sharp. We thought you were up 2 rounds for nothing. He changed the equation with that big knockdown. You were able to get back up and keep fighting. Did you think you'd done enough to win it?
Of course I thought I did enough to win it. I mean, he caught me slipping on one lunge. But respect to him, he came out tough, I knew he would. But God damn, I wanted that win. I felt like I had it. No complaints though. And went out southpaw, busted his body up, landed good shots out there. I could box more. But not how I wanted it to go.
Now, Ethan, I want to talk to you, but I'm not done though. Ethan, I want you to tell me what's going through your head at the end of round 2. You knew you had to do something big to change this fight. So tell me what's going through your mind.
I knew I had to get 10-8. I knew I was down to I had to get 10-8. So I came out with a fucking right hand right on the chin.
So when you landed that big right hand, did you think that was it? Did you think he was going to get back up?
No, I knew he has good conditioning. I knew it was going to take more than one knockdown to finish him off.
Now I want to ask both you guys the same question. What's it feel like to be in a war like this?
Felt fucking amazing. Got me slipping on that 3rd round. I ain't even going to cap. But something to work on, you know. That's what we do here. As amateurs getting experience. I felt like I won that fight. We were running it back again. I should have fucking knocked you out. It's not a game.
I think we may see a rematch here. Would you guys like that? Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Ethan Baker and Roman Belcher.
I don't know about you, but that's worth every penny right there to come and watch that. So that was awesome. Like I said, before the fight started, it might have been fight of the night. We're going to see what everybody else has in store. So we're going to keep it moving. And I was a little premature at first. So now we're on the pro boxing light heavyweight fight. So at this time, we need Mr. Green to make his way to the octagon.
We have our first pro bout of the night. We've got Malik Green coming out with his bare knuckle AFC coach there, 2-0 in BKFC. It's got to give you a special kind of confidence to have a coach walking behind you like that.
Yeah, I would definitely agree. I know that that's one thing that's a big help whenever you know you have a team of solid people that you've seen perform at the highest level. You don't worry. If you come from a team where nobody's competed, if you have any brains, there's a little bit of worry in your head. Like, is the level I'm seeing in the gym the same as I'm going to see in that cage? And I was always lucky enough to have very high-level fighters in my camps and in my corners. And I can tell you that you gain a lot of confidence. Even whenever you're in the back and you're kind of feeling nervous, you're like, you know what? I train with guys who are better than this guy every day. So that's certainly a big part of confidence building. And in addition, obviously, it's the technical advice that you get from somebody like a high-level coach like that.
Well, it lets you know that this guy's not going to show you anything you've not seen before. And that gives you a ton of confidence going into a fight like this.
We need his opponent, Mr. Huerta, to make his way to the octagon.
Fernando Huerta, training out of Hybrid MMA, making his pro debut as well, and doing it at a much older age. This is a guy, you can't judge a book by its cover when it comes to him. I've heard he's a very technical, dangerous fighter.
And we've seen the guys from that gym perform at a very high level. That gentleman who's just over his shoulder, I can't quite remember his name off the top of my head, but had a very good performance in a lightweight MMA fight here. I believe even maybe a pro debut here in Lexington.
And we see Fernando Huerta, he's a guy, you know, when we approached him about fighting Malik Green, he was immediately on board. Even though Malik's a dangerous opponent, he was ready. He knew, I've got the skills to beat this guy. And we're going to see what he's got. So far, I believe Hybrid MMA has had a flawless night. Undefeated fighters. And that was the plan, you know, coming in here with your coach headlining the card. It's got to be a special feeling.
Yeah, it is pretty amazing. I've seen that go the opposite way, where the team, you know, kind of has a rough night. But also, it's an incredible feeling. Like, I got to fight on a card where Eli and I both won. And I've gotten to corner cards where we had multiple people win.
This will be pro boxing light heavyweight bout at 175 pounds, 3 minutes, 4 rounds. We have boxing out of the blue side of the octagon.
Malik Green and I almost fought in 2019.
0 wins, 0 losses. In the black trunks with the yellow design, Malik Green.
I thought I recognized Mr. Malik Green. I nearly fought him several years ago.
His opponent, boxing out of the red side of the octagon, also coming in with 0 wins, 0 losses. Red trunks with the gray at the bottom, Fernando Hardick.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are underway with the much anticipated pro debut of Malik Green and Fernando Huerta.
And I got a chance to fight one of Malik's teammates that year. Very high level striking gym, also good MMA as well. Very impressed with those guys.
Huerta looks very technical.
Yeah, he seems comfortable in there. As the shorter man, you got to be have a solid defense and good footwork to get inside. You see him kind of using a footwork pressure offense and that pawing jab. Malik Green throwing a left hook at him.
This is good technical work from both men to start off this bout. They both look like pro fighters. Big right hook from Malik Green, gets through though.
His coach is calling for him to clean it up. He was swinging a little bit wild there, and I believe we saw Huerta able to block most of those.
Good defensive work from Huerta. Very technically sharp and sound. And you can see why they had so much confidence in him coming into this one. Malik getting wild, his corner calling for him to calm down. Huerta has excellent technical defense.
And this being our first pro bout of the night, we are in for 4 3-minute rounds, so his coach is calling for him to calm down. He doesn't want him to blow his load here in the first round.
I love seeing a technician like Huerta. I really enjoy watching him fight so far.
Oh, and a clubbing overhand right.
And he lands the uppercut, though, in the middle of that.
Yep.
Malik has big power, and he knows it.
And he landed a nice overhand there, but Huerta wearing it well.
Malik's corner calling for him to pop that jab. Big combination from Malik. And he catches Huerta behind the ear. But Huerta looks like he's got his feet under him. Very game opponent here. This is by far the most technical fight of the night so far.
Yep. No, we saw Huerta's defense working very well this round, but he's going to need more than defense.
Beautiful jab up the middle, though, from Huerta.
Yep.
He's landing the cleaner shots, but I think that Malik landed more.
Yeah, Malik, I think that he's kind of took a strategy of trying to let Malik throw wild and hope that he would tire himself out. We'll see how that starts to pay dividends.
You have a battle here between a technician and a power puncher.
And Malik is a technical power puncher, but he is, leading with those big overhands and hooks.
And I think his corner gets upset every time because he thinks he's getting a little too wild.
Yep.
If he would slow down, time those big shots, he might have more success. But Huerta can box.
And we see Huerta's not even beginning to breathe heavy. But Malik appears to be in good shape as well here. He doesn't look tired yet.
I've got a feeling that Fernando Huerta has been doing this a long time. Even though this is his pro debut, this seems like a guy who has been boxing for decades.
That's one of the biggest things you'll notice is the difference between good amateur fighters and good pro fighters. Good pro fighters usually have very, very solid defense.
Well, and you'll know guys, I don't know what Huerta's amateur career looked like, but you know guys with 200 and 300 amateur fights. It's hard telling how long Huerta's been fighting.
Malik did land a nice straight right hand in that exchange. 1-1-2.
There's another one.
Oh, and he lands a nice jab in there as well.
Malik looking much cleaner, more technical this round.
Beautiful adjustments by his coach here in the corner, I'm assuming.
It's okay. Fuck it. You got a point. Sorry. 1-1-2 to the body. I don't care if you can hear me. There you go.
And he tells him 1-1-2 to the body. I don't care if he can hit me. He tells him not to worry about those counters, just to land his own.
I think he actually said, I don't care if he can hear me, saying he doesn't care if he can hear him calling for the 1-1-2 to the body.
I don't care if he can hear me.
Yeah.
My mistake. That's what's awesome.
Oh, and a nice right hook there from Malik.
Can I get a 5-2? 5-2. Look how wide his arms are. 5-2. Lead uppercut.
Good work from Malik Green in the second round to kind of calm down, get a little sharper. And now he's having a lot more success.
Yep, and this is, like I said, a gentleman in his pro boxing debut, but extensive amateur MMA career that I'm familiar with.
1-3 to the body.
And a lot of times you see a guy coming from MMA, they've got that wooden style. Malik looks smooth. He looks like a boxer here.
Yep.
Swinging at his head. Hit his body. He's ducking. Body. There you go.
Nice jab to
Beautiful
the body there.
jab.
Oh, and he lands
And
a
a
left hook to the body.
Shovel hook. That'll take the soul out of you.
Stop going for the big punches. We got those in round 4. Right now, just work on his body.
Corner calling for him to save those big punches for later. We got those in round 4.
Go back up. No.
Work the body now early.
3 to the body.
Excellent, excellent corner work here.
2 hooks to the body right now. Rip that bitch.
Beautiful left hook from Huerta gets through.
Yep. And Malik tried to time that and land a left hook as his own.
Pick your right hand up when you throw your punch.
Corner calling for Malik Green to raise that right hand when he throws so he doesn't get clipped with that left hook again. Overhand gets through for Huerta and Malik clinches.
You got time, baby. Just pop the jab, Malik. Jab for the rest of the round. Just find the jab. That's it. Lay your body.
Corner calling for more jabs, more body work, not head hunting so much from Malik Green. Big right hand. Huerta hangs tough.
Stop swinging hook. Stop. No more hook.
Corner begging Malik Green now to stop winging those big hooks, to get sharp, get more technical here. And you see Huerta lands a little short left hook in the middle of that exchange and blocks almost everything coming from Malik.
Oh, nice right hook lands
Huge
there.
right hand from Malik, but Huerta wears it.
Yep. But now we are looking at a situation where I believe Malik Green is up 2-0.
Huerta's going to have to land something significant. He's going to have to start hurting Malik Green.
And we see Malik does appear to be the more tired of the two, but he definitely doesn't appear to be so tired that it's going to impact his performance.
I definitely believe that's the game plan from Huerta's corner. I think he wants to wear this guy out a little bit. We might see him turn it up in this third and fourth. This has been a great fight so far. Just a great technical, stylistic matchup between two excellent boxers just starting out their career.
Coach calling for that 1-1-2.
Malik Green has made really good adjustments in between rounds. Let's see what kind of work he does in between this one.
And that's beautiful, that combination of a coachable athlete and a phenomenal coach. Whenever those two things are in concert, you get really amazing performances. And we are seeing a good defensive performance here by Huerta, but steps into that right hook.
If you want to hit him hard, hit him in the stomach. There's a lot of area there. There you go. 3 to the body.
Oh, and that right hook is kind of clubbing behind the ear of Huerta.
So far, though, Huerta's hanging tough, eating these big shots, and still keeps coming forward.
It'll be interesting to see what offensive weapons Huerta has. He needs to bring them to bear in these 3rd and 4th rounds, though. As we see him starting to try to land that right hand, but a little too far away.
I've always liked that fighting spirit you see from Latin American and Mexican fighters, and Huerta's got it in spades.
Yep.
And that style as well.
Oh, look at that beautiful roll out of the way of both of those.
Malik slides out of the way of that combination from Huerta. And Huerta lands a nice left hook there and slides out of the way of Malik's return. Huerta's been more active this round.
Nice right hand to the body. Listening to his coach, he's telling him if he wants to throw hard, throw it to the body.
That lead left hook's been finding its home.
Yep, and
for Huerta.
And you hear the coach calling for the adjustment, keeping the right hand up.
I think this is by far the closest round of this fight.
Yep, I would agree. That being said, I think in the eyes of the judges, it probably still favors Malik because he's throwing a little more volume. In a round where nothing too much super clean lands for either fighter, you're generally going to favor the gentleman with more offense.
I feel like Huerta's outlanded him this round, though.
Yeah, that was a nice jab landed by Malik, though.
Coach calling for the jab from Malik Green. He knows he's got a significant reach advantage here. It's going to be tough for Huerta to get inside if he really snaps that jab.
And that's one of the best things you can do to work against somebody who's coming in with the wide left hook.
Oh! After the bell, Malik Green throws a big left hook.
That was pretty close. I believe he was in the exchange, a little heat of the moment.
I'd like to see the end of that, how it's timed.
Corners making their final adjustments here. We might be 2-1, but I think I would probably still give that last round to Malik Green, but it's very close. That last round was much closer. Maybe even 10-10 territory.
It's hard to score that one. It really is. I feel like Huerta had the better shots of that round, but he's not got the power that Malik Green does. When Malik Green lands, Huerta has to do something about it.
And we hear it echo through the crowd, and I mean, that leaves a big impression in the judge's mind. And he hasn't been able to hurt Malik. I think that's the thing. He's going to have to put volume together. Not volume necessarily, but he's going to have to put a volume of damage together. Because right now, I don't think Malik fears his power. I think Malik feels like he can walk him down with good combinations.
Now they touch gloves, and here we go. Round 4. The last round of this fight. I think we're going to have to see something big from Huerta.
Nice. Left hook and right straight. Both land from Malik.
One of the best shots of the fight from Malik Green. Huerta, tough as nails, though. Keeps marching forward, keeps looking for his opening.
1-2. Hard 1-2. Walk him down with the 1-2.
And this is.
Down with the 1-2. Down with the punches. Walk him down with the 1-2.
This is a great first fight from Malik Green as well because he really got tested.
Yep.
he's not fighting a can here. He's not fighting somebody who's an easy win. Huerta has been game this entire fight.
And he's getting a lot of good experience here and knowledge of the adjustments that he's going to have to make
forced
moving into
Malik to be technical.
Yep.
He's forced him to fight a pro-level fight.
Yep. These kind of fights make you a better fighter.
Corner calling for those straight punches.
And when you've got somebody who's got the kind of offensive juggernaut power, it's very difficult to force yourself to open up inside in exchanges. Because we're seeing this kind of uncommon situation where not only do we have a taller fighter, but the taller fighter also has the power advantage, right? Generally, we see that kind of Brendan Connolly, Billy Poe style matchup where the smaller guy has got the power advantage, but...
Well, you see, Huerta's a guy who probably 10 years ago would have probably been a cruiserweight or lighter. He's fighting at heavy.
This is 175.
Oh, well,
yeah.
He probably would have been even smaller than that.
Yeah.
He probably wouldn't have been big.
He probably wouldn't have gone up to Yeah, Malik, very well built. I mean, he's a lot thicker than whenever I was watching his fights, whenever we were a potential matchup at 155 many years ago.
Ooh, big shots landed from Malik Green.
Lay your body. Don't wait for him. Why are you swinging big, straight punches? We talked about this.
Corner calling for straight punches and circling off of the cage. Malik lands a nice uppercut in that exchange and a jab, but he also eats a left hook.
He's calling for that jab, left hook, straight right. That's what he's looking for Malik to set up here. And Malik's getting a little wild here at the end of the fight. 3 seconds left. You got to think Malik Green did enough to win this fight. Excellent technical battle between both guys. Great corner work from Malik Green. Helped him make the adjustments he needed to win this fight.
Ton of respect between these two gentlemen. And I believe we're going to see probably, on my cards, I think I would probably have that 3 rounds for Malik, 1 round as a draw, but I would be personally shocked to see anything other than Malik Green get his raised hand.
Absolutely.
His hand raised hand.
His raised hand.
Get his raised hand.
And for this pro boxing lightweight heavyweight match, we have had to go to the scorecard. Our judges give a unanimous decision. Each judge scores 40-36 for your winner. Boxing out of the blue side of the octagon, Malik Green.
Ladies and gentlemen, I want you to give it up for Warrior in my favorite fight of the night, Malik Green. This is a massive moment
was one tough son of a bitch. I can't even lie to you. He was tough. He was tough. But I figured it out by the grace of God. I just want to give a quick shout out to my opponent, my team back home, Ex-Combat Wrestling Traps, and Brickhouse Boxing and Fitness. I love y'all. Everybody that came out to watch and support me, I thank you. I'm just overwhelmed right now with joy. I know it's another light heavyweight title, another light heavyweight boxing match. I would like either the winner or the loser, it doesn't matter who. That's not my best boxing performance. I can come back and do a lot better. But shout out to Fernando and his team for giving me the chance. Thank you, Keaton, for putting me up there, man. I appreciate you, man. I'm just emotional right now, man. It's my first pro win in a long time coming. For my bro right here, not some rougher, man. Day one's from wrestling, from the Greyhounds all the way to mixed martial arts, all the way to boxing now. I'm just thankful to everybody. I had my whole city and my family on my back tonight.
One thing I wanted to talk to you about, first of all, beautiful corner work there. You made adjustments round by round, and I think it's because you had such a tough opponent for this debut. It's the perfect opponent because he made you better in there. Each round you got better, you had to figure out a way to beat this guy. So talk me through it a little bit.
The first round, the plan was to just keep the jab. One of the things that I have a really bad habit of, I don't know if you guys can tell, is that I bum rush a lot. And boxing is very new to me. I just started boxing like last year in July. July this year will be a year of me like being in boxing and training. And it's just very hard getting adjusted to this, and I'm used to MMA. You know what I'm saying? I know the referee a lot of times like, hey man, chill, this ain't MMA. He was frying me a little bit, but it was very true. Because a lot of times when I seemed like I was getting in trouble, I had to clutch, I had to box, had to do like a bit of different things. But like I said, he was tougher, a lot tougher than what I thought. He had a great Philly shield. He had a good overhand right and left. It caught me a few times, but I just stayed composed and I got to get through it.
You're a guy we expect really big things from. You're a class act inside the cage and out. Honor to watch you make your debut here. Can't wait to see what's next. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for a very dangerous guy, Malik Green.
One interesting fact about Malik Green, when I got here today, this guy was in the corner and in the dark, just waiting to get in here and fight in the octagon. So that can also help explain the emotion. New Line Cagefighting 24, we about to keep it moving. We're gonna need Mr. Eggleston to make his way.
Mix up here.
Rickard.
Joe Eggleston.
All right, this is personal alert for Joe, so we're going to move to the next one.
Joe Eggleston didn't show up today, so Bobby Johnson, after a brutal weight cut to 145, doesn't get to fight tonight.
All right, Mr. Rickard, make your way to the octagon.
And it's such a shame because I'm a massive fan of Bobby. He worked so hard. He traveled a long way to be here.
Make your way to the octagon.
Now this is another excellent matchup. Trevor Rickard versus John Norman. Trevor's a guy who had one of the most calm, confident personalities I saw at weigh-ins yesterday. He seems like such a class act. We saw his brother compete earlier. He's fighting out of Davis MMA. And we've seen a lot of talent come out of that gym. Trevor Rickard coming into this fight with a record of 1-1. And we see Trevor Rickard stepping into the cage. Hayes, MMA veteran. Last fight was in B2, August 21st, 2021.
Make your way to the octagon.
And here is John Norman, Reaction MMA kickboxing coach. Very fired up. Looking forward to seeing him back in here. It's been a while since John Norman's competed. He said after seeing all his teammates competing at these last few cards, though, he started getting the itch again. Thought it's time to make my comeback. Very epic walkout song for John Norman.
Big support from the hometown crowd here.
Absolutely. Reaction MMA, and he's their kickboxing coach.
I got a chance to listen to his interview with Keith as well, and seems like very good focused mind for mixed martial arts. And
he told me he's been reading a lot about stoicism, reading Marcus Aurelius' meditations, which I'm a massive fan of. So I know this guy's got his head in the right place.
this is a very good fight where we've got two guys with some experience in the lightweight division. It'll be interesting to see.
And here comes John Norman, looking to be in incredible shape for this one.
Phenomenal crowd turnout here from Reaction MMA.
And
I believe this is the loudest pop we've heard too.
Fired up. There's some people that just belong in here, and I believe John Norman's one of them. It's good to see him back in action.
For this bout, this will be a lightweight MMA bout at 155 pounds. 3 minutes, 3 rounds. We have fighting out of the blue side of the octagon, coming in at 1 win, 1 loss with the black trunks and the American flag, Trevor Rickard. His opponent fighting out of the red side of the octagon, coming in at 2 wins, 1 loss, Mr. John Norman.
And here we go. Definite potential fight of the night candidate here. Nice inside low kick from Rickard to start the show. And another.
Oh, big right hand.
And he's still hanging on to him. The fight's over. Flash knockout from John Norman. His opponent not happy with that stoppage.
That was almost a beautiful catch of the mouthpiece by the corner over here. I'm interested if we could potentially get a replay of that.
Yeah, I'd like to see that finish there. Let's take a look. Because he did jump in. Nate Jolly jumped in pretty quickly.
That was a big right hand, but he was connecting underhooks right away.
He was trying to defend.
I don't know that I would necessarily call that a bad stoppage, but
he was reaching, he was moving.
He was
still intelligently defending.
I would call that intelligent defense. Now it was a big hellacious right hand, but
I think you could have given that a few more seconds.
I think you could have, but always erring on the side of caution with the amateurs, but
Go talk to John Norman after this first round stoppage here.
We have your winner, 23 seconds into the first round by strikes, TKO, John Norman.
Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for the bad, bad man and welcome him back to the cage, John Norman. Now, my friend, this is your first time back in here after a while. Was it like you pictured? Lexington!
Oh man, thank you guys so much. What a beautiful moment for me. What a beautiful moment for my team. What a beautiful moment for my family. I lost my dad 18 months ago, and this one was for him. And I went out here and I did it, baby. I did it, Dad. Let's go.
Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for a bad man.
I just got one more thing to say. I got a friend in the crowd named Cameron Waters. He deals with a very, very nasty disease day in, day out. It's called cystic fibrosis. We need to raise more awareness for cystic fibrosis. And on that note, fuck CF, let's go!
John Norman!
I gotta love the energy. Gotta love the energy. New Line Cagefighting 24, Central Bank Arena, Lexington, Kentucky. We not stopping. We got more for you, so we gonna keep it moving. Our next will be a light heavyweight pro bout. So we need Mr. Thompson to make his way to the octagon.
we see Joe Dad Bod Thompson making his way to the cage to Weird Al's White and Nerdy, one of my favorite walkout songs we've heard tonight. In fact, one of my favorite walkout songs I've heard ever. And Joe Thompson, the last time we saw him in the New Line cage, we saw him put on a masterful kind of that brawler style of boxing performance against a very game Zane Fry, who had knocked him out previously. And Joe was able to make some adjustments. I believe I heard him say that he put in a little bit of a deeper
Joe
training.
Dad Bod's back.
Yeah. With my favorite walkout. Do you recognize this walkout song, Elijah?
It's White and Nerdy?
This is White and Nerdy by Weird Al Yankovic. This is phenomenal. But yeah, I was just saying, last time we saw Joe Thompson in the cage was that fight with Zane Fry. That was a phenomenal performance from Joe Dad Bod Thompson.
Finally got that first professional win.
And it was beautiful. I mean, he was moving well. He was using the pressure and the brawling, and he was able to hurt Zane. Zane, who appeared to be a slightly more technical boxer, but Joe was able to stay in his face, and he was able to put damage on him and hurt him in that first round. Joe Dad Bod Thompson, just the kind of fighter you can't hate this guy. You got to love this guy.
And like, he doesn't bring much technical boxing to the table. He's not here to box. He's here to brawl.
Yeah. But we saw.
We're seeing improvements, though.
Yes, we saw improvements, and we saw a little bit more of the technical brawler starting to come out in that fight with Zane Fry. Because, man, even though he hurt him in the first round pretty badly, Zane was able to survive, and he was able to mount some offense on the coming back, and Joe Thompson was able to keep his defense strong and was able to hurt him.
Zane Fry's doing our music tonight, probably sitting over there seething with hatred.
Especially as he has to play White and Nerdy. Maybe he just played White and Nerdy for him. Maybe that wasn't Joe Thompson's pick.
I think we have to. He probably did. That was probably Zane Fry. Like, here's what I'm playing for you, nerd. But, you know, Zane Fry, that's a fight I'd love to see again, a trilogy.
That wouldn't be a
one
bad
and one
trilogy.
against each other. And here we go. We've got Jacob Hatfield coming to the ring, making his pro debut. training out of Hybrid MMA. Anytime I see guys coming out with Hybrid MMA, I know they're going to be the real deal.
And as we get back to the action, this will be a pro boxing light heavyweight bout at 175 pounds. This will be 3 minutes, 4 rounds. And we have boxing out of the blue corner, wearing the black trunks with the red writing, Joe Thompson.
Dad bod!
His opponent, boxing out of the red corner, wearing the all-black trunks, Jacob Hatfield.
Sounds like we've got another Lexington native here with some fans in the crowd.
We do
Referee Matt
indeed.
Jones in charge of the action.
Hybrid MMA, they came out in force tonight.
He's even got socks that match the team colors.
Oh, big right hand from Joe Dadbod.
And Hatfield seems content to pressure in and engage in a brawl.
Hatfield marching forward with a smile on his face.
Man, he's eating some hard shots from Thompson, though. But Thompson's stuck here in the corners. He's got to stay out of there. I believe that this kind of fight probably favors Thompson, but that might be my unfamiliarity with Hatfield.
So far, Thompson's putting it on him and actually looks like the more technical guy.
Yep.
That's right. And we got Dakota Fat Thor Begley in the corner of Joe Dadbod Thompson.
Nice
a gentleman and a scholar.
Had a nice jab and a nice overhand right there landing.
And
from
there's
Thompson,
a nice
and
left hook. Joe Dadbod's putting it on him right now. Good left hook to the body. That's the thing I love about Joe is you will see his head get snapped back so many times in a fight, but you rarely see him get knocked down. Good jab. Bust the nose of Hatfield.
And we're still only halfway through this opening stanza.
And
a
overhand
nice overhand right. Just barely misses.
And Hatfield smiles. He's a warrior. This is a fight.
This is the kind of fight he wanted.
Perfect for Joe Thompson.
Yeah.
Two guys that are just ready to brawl.
Nice slip.
Hatfield's got some fight in him. He reminds
and a nice right uppercut.
He reminds me of
but
Joe.
he gets pushed back into the.
This is a very fun matchup.
Nice little parry there.
Couple of nice jabs, though, from Hatfield.
And Thompson has deceptively good defense for a brawler.
He moves his head a lot. He moves
and
his
he
head
uses
when he's throwing.
kind of that mummy guard style where he's using his arms out extended, and he uses a lot of parries to smother punches with that right hand. Oh, and a nice jab up the middle by Thompson. Oh, and a left hook lands from Thompson again.
This may well be the best first round of Joe Thompson's career.
I would agree. But Hatfield seems to be enjoying this kind of fight. We'll see how much that carries on into the later rounds. Oh, and a nice left hook from Thompson. And a jab there at the end of the round.
He's getting sucked into a brawl with a brawler, though.
Yeah, well, and he's not only getting sucked in, he initiated a brawl with the brawler. I mean, he came out with a bunch of forward pressure and high volume of punches. But that, again, that's the kind of fight Joe Dadbod Thompson wants.
And it's not the style you typically see at Hybrid MMA, this wild style. Usually there are a lot of technical fighters. But this has become a slugfest. And so far, Joe Thompson is winning it. And I'm not surprised because Joe Thompson thrives in a slugfest. That's how he beat Zane Fry.
Yep.
He lured him into a slugfest. And Zane, the much more technical fighter, the much more accredited fighter, lost because of it.
Yeah, and not only did he only lured him into it really with damage. He put Zane Fry in a position where he had no choice but to brawl with him because he landed some of those big shots, and Zane was put in a position where he would have to score knockdowns.
One thing that people overlook with Joe Thompson, too, is his gas tank.
Yep.
He can do this for 4 rounds.
Well, that's the thing with guys who don't overcommit to a lot of big explosive punches, but kind of that, slow, steady hydraulic pressure. It doesn't exert the same amount of energy, and you can maintain that as a nice jab right up the center by Thompson again. A little combination there landed from Hatfield.
Nice jab from Joe Thompson.
And he's throwing that from that low angle where it's hard to see. He gets jabbed back and he smiles at him. Both men are enjoying themselves out there thoroughly.
I love how much fun Hatfield's having out there. Good straight right from Hatfield.
Yep. Thompson can't get too complacent.
Both of them are just trading jabs. Neither one moving their head off that center line, just eating them.
Now this round we see Thompson using much more forward pressure. That was a nice right hook landed. One of the bigger punches of the fight. And Joe sticks that jab out and then kind of leans back out of the way of danger. He's got that nice length for this weight class. This is 175, correct?
I can't get over how much Joe's really improved. Because he just looks so comfortable in there now. And he's learning some technical tricks, some things to do. Like the way you said he's getting his head off the center line when he throws that jab.
Oh! Right hand behind the ear.
And he's calling back the head, but it wasn't. It was right behind the ear.
Yeah.
Perfect overhand right.
Beautiful work by Matt
Almost
Jones.
takes the legs out from under him. We're going to see a standing 8 right here. No.
Thompson lands a right hand to the body, left hand, right hand. Oh, and a 1-2 from Thompson. Oh, that's a nice stiff jab. Oh, and a hard right hand to the body from Thompson.
Joe Thompson needs to pour it on right now because he's got him hurt still. Corner very happy with Joe Thompson's work so far.
Probably the first time anybody's ever told Joe Thompson, my God, you look beautiful. No offense, Joe. Please don't beat me up.
Joe Collins needs to be hunting that overhand again because it was money.
I think he might be setting it up by throwing a lot of this right hand straight to the body and to the head. He got stuck there with a jab.
Excellent work from Hatfield, keeping him off of him, sticking that jab.
Oh,
and there it is.
Sets him down again.
Left hook, I believe that,
Yep.
that was that one that put him on his butt at the end of the round. Beautiful second round from Joe Thompson, 2 knockdowns there.
And now we see Hatfield starting to look like he kind of went face first into a wood chipper.
He's going to throw up.
I think that was just a lot of blood that he has draining down the back of his sinuses, but still not good for him.
He's definitely hurt. Let's see what they can do to help him recover here in this.
Very interesting. He must be an iconoclast in that gym because he's got a radically different style than everybody else we've seen from hybrid MMA. But he might be having the most fun out of any of them.
He's the wild man of the gym, and you need that. You need
a
crazy guy like
we all need an Eddie Bravo.
Jacob Hatfield.
Yeah.
Now we see this third round is underway, and Hatfield's face is painted in a canvas of red.
Yeah, which makes me wonder, does his corner not clean that up a bit?
Come on, Joe. You're doing good. Yeah.
Oh, and another blistering combination lands for Joe Thomas. I feel like Joe Thompson, it's going to be a tough job to survive.
And he's mixing up heights a lot. Oh, that was a good left hook there, though, by Hatfield.
Hatfield coming forward, trying to land his own. Very tough kid. Big snapping jab from Joe. And another.
Joe Thompson, tough as a $2 snake. Oh, nice jab. This is a tough row to hoe for Hatfield. At this point, he's got to try to hurt Joe Thompson, but Joe is so durable. And he's always kind of moving with every punch.
And he's always looking to absolutely knock your block off. If you get in punching range with Joe, he's going to keep throwing until something sticks. Joe Thompson's the type of guy you got to put him away. He's going to keep coming forward, keep walking you down,
he smells,
and keep finding his shots.
He smells that blood.
Hatfield is a warrior, though. I've never seen a guy really enjoy getting beat up like he does. He's pouring it on now. He smells blood.
Oh,
there it is.
Big right hand. Looks like the final nail in the coffin there was a left hook. Hatfield makes his way back to his feet, though.
Tough guy. Ready to go. He's still got a minute left in this round and one more round to go, though. It's going to be so tough. If Hatfield makes it the distance, it will be such a display of heart from him.
Oh, and that's it.
Throw in the towel. His corner does a great job stopping him from taking more punishment.
Yep.
Joe Thompson, who would have expected?
If you would have told me Joe Thompson is going to come out here and soundly, technically outbox his opponent and stop him.
2-fight win streak at pro.
Beautiful work by Joe Thompson.
Dad bod.
Turning into a seasoned veteran. Elijah Thacker on his way to the cage to talk to our winner, Joe Thompson. Beautiful work by Hatfield, too.
And for this bout, we have your winner with a knockout, 2 minutes, 19 seconds into round 3. For your winner, Joe Thompson.
Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Joe Dadbot Thompson. My friend, you are one of the most fun fighters we have here at Line Cagefighting. Unexpected for some people to see you on a 2-fight win streak. What's going on, man?
Well, you know, you just go out there and give it 110%. You want to fight good, you hope to fight good. Oh, no, I think we did pretty good tonight.
Now, you're tougher than a $2 steak. You're one of those guys who keep coming forward, you take one to get one. We've seen you get more technical, though. You're learning some stuff. So what's next for you?
Well, there is no I in 110. This is a team effort. You just give it 110%.
So there's a man right over here that you've got some unfinished business with. You guys are 1-1 against each other. I think we need to see another one. See that trilogy come to fruition.
I'm down. I don't know if I can go good here, training with it. I won't stand a chance, but I'll give you 110%. You gotta go out there and give it 110%.
Now, Zane,
better every time he comes in here, and I'm ready to go. 110%.
He gave it 110%. That's 10 more percent that you can even give. Give it up for Joe Dadbot Thompson, a wild man. Training at Viper Pit now with Fat Four, the two best nicknames in boxing. Give it up.
Other way. I just want to see who's going to be able to pick up that mouthpiece. Man, do we have a treat for you up next. Our next bout will be for some hardware. It will be for a title. So, as we move to our title bout, we will need Mr. Escabedo to make his way to the octagon.
Interested to see it. He's coming out with a couple of belts from another promotion. Looks very serious, ready for business.
Now, we have one of the biggest grudge matches I've ever seen at New Line Cagefighting.
Yeah, I caught some of the fireworks there at weigh-ins. It looks like we started with some forehead-to-forehead pressure, and then somebody pushed somebody, and somebody pushed somebody harder, and then looked like it kind of got a little out of hand here.
Well, you know, I got to say, I think Vincent Escabedo handled himself really well. He wasn't the one that started that, and his coach was a class act. He was the one in between them saying, let's be professional here. You guys can fight tomorrow. They were ready to go at it at weigh-ins, though. Barney kind of initiated it. He was super aggressive, started doing some shoving and stuff. And that's the thing about Escabedo. He was super nice guy coming into it.
To make his way to the octagon.
And honestly, I was a bit surprised to hear that because, I mean, Barney had a fair amount of intensity when he fought Bobby in this last card, but very respectful before and afterwards when I talked to him. So
it was, yeah, and it was out of character for him because he's usually class act, but there's something Escabedo must have got under his skin because he was angry at weigh-ins, and Escabedo wasn't backing down. They were like, we can do it right now. So all of us were like, please don't. Please do it tomorrow.
And I'm not certain what's going on, but I do know that James Barney's corner is not with him tonight. But I know Barney had asked if there was a chance that I might be able to help corner him, but obviously I'm here doing commentary. So
that's what's interesting is after all that, Barney almost got in a fight with his coach, Raymond Diaz, and there was a huge altercation between them. Apparently, he may have got kicked out of his gym, so that's why he's coachless tonight. But he said there was some bad blood for a while there. His last fight, he's 6-1. He took a fight a while back, and he felt like he kind of got set up because he fought a guy in a weight class above him. He wasn't happy about it. He wasn't happy that his coach set him up with that fight. So there's some stuff going on with Barney. He's kind of frustrated, looking for redemption from that.
Will be a title bout. We are fighting for the belt right here. New Line Cagefighting 24 in Lexington, Kentucky. This will be a lightweight kickboxing title match at 155 pounds. So we have kickboxing out of the blue side of the octagon coming in opponent in this title kickboxing match, representing the red side of the octagon, coming in at 6 wins, 1 loss, wearing the black shorts, James Aquaman Barney.
They touch gloves, and we are underway with this massive title fight. That's one thing with Barney. We saw it against Bobby. He's very active.
Good forward pressure, a lot of leg kicks.
And a big explosion from the crowd after that loss of balance by Escabedo. Barney, the more active man so far.
And we saw Barney using footwork and low kicks to set up that big right hand very well against Bobby. Checking each other's kicks a little bit there.
Escabedo got that Thai style, heavy on, light on that lead foot. Now he finally opens up. Nice low kick from Escabedo, and Barney.
A left hook, right low kick. Answer back from Barney. Oh, but a good teep time.
Excellent teep, puts Barney on his butt there. Kind of the same situation we saw at the beginning of the fight. Very even opening round. Good knees from the clinch from Escabedo, and he's starting to come on stronger.
Yep, I think that's his. I think his plan is to kind of let Barney wear himself out a bit early in the rounds, take over here in the later periods. 20 seconds remaining.
Escabedo misses with that counter right hook. Nice jab up the middle, and Barney acknowledges it. And then they touch gloves. Much more sportsmanship today than yesterday.
Yeah.
Yeah, Barney seems like a happy camper today.
Yeah. Maybe he woke up on the wrong side of the bed yesterday.
I can see myself on the screen. And there's my girlfriend, Caitlin. The lovely Caitlin Bryant. Always next to me. Now in the corner here, what advice are you giving both men?
Well, Barney was doing well. Honestly, that's a very difficult round to score. I don't even honestly know where I would give it. I think not a ton of clean punches landed, but both gentlemen did land at least one. So
I'm so distracted by this Shaggy song.
Zane Fry throwing fire on the DJ mic over there.
Shout out to Zane Fry on the music tonight. Bringing in the hits from the 1990s. We see excellent corner work from Escabedo's team here. He's telling him to chop him down with that low kick.
Yeah, I think that's one of the things they're trying to. When Barney makes those forward explosions, he does tend to get a bit heavy on that lead leg, but in the process, he's usually getting inside and throwing hard punches at your face. I mean, we saw he hurt Bobby with a hard right hand very early in their fight.
He has a really good straight right,
yeah.
And he really extends it.
And he landed some good leg kicks of his own in that round, particularly that one with a left hook, right leg kick combination.
Nice left hook.
Left hook, right straight, and then circling away with that tie push frame. Nice right hand to the body there.
They're wanting more low kicks from the corner of Escabedo, clearly. And they're telling him to set it up.
It's very difficult to set it up on somebody who's countering so aggressively as Barney, though.
Barney doesn't slow down. That's what we saw against Bobby.
Now that was a good leg kick that he landed.
Nice
Oh,
push
nice
kick from James Barney.
Might have grazed the cup there.
Oh, nice
nice
left
right
hook from Escabedo. Knocks him off balance. And beautiful inside low kick. He didn't like that. Excellent plum clinch, and he throws him
Good
off.
off balance. It's something I'd like to see more guys use in the clinch. Don't settle in the clinch. Use that to off balance your opponent, make him tired. Oh, that's a good straight right hand up the center.
Hard inside low kick from Barney there at the end of that combination.
Barney has been talking a lot this round. Oh, they both got tagged in that again.
Oh, big right hand from Escabedo, followed by a left hook.
Oh, but a left hook right straight lands for Barney afterwards.
They are just trading here. Nice low kick lands from Escabedo. This is a much more active round from Vince.
Oh, that was a nice jab that he landed over the tee. Wow, that was a good knee, trading knees here. Looked like Barney got the better of that knee exchange to me, but it's difficult to tell.
Now that was a much more interesting round to score. I think Escabedo might have stole that one.
I think Escabedo might have, but I wouldn't be shocked also if this was 2-0 for Barney. Although
I think
that
that's
one,
what Escabedo needed, was to turn up the volume. Because I think he threw more than Barney that round. The first round, Barney was the more active man. Now we see Escabedo starting to pick up some momentum.
As we're moving here into the final round. I think this might very well be the fight's up for grabs here in this final round.
I think that's how I would score it, 1-1.
Let's see who's going home with it.
You wonder who's Barney got cornering him tonight.
Yeah, it's a gentleman that I've seen walking around here, but it's like I said, I'm not sure who it is. He had asked me or Eli if we would pick him up. I think Eli went to eat with Bobby.
How difficult is that to have drama and turmoil with your team the night before a fight? You lose your cornerman.
But you know what? Depending on the relationship he had with his team, it might be a bit of a relief, honestly.
He might feel free. He might feel like, none of that's hanging over his head anymore.
I've had unfortunate situations where I had some corners for some of my fights that I was having issues with, and that gets in your head a bit. You need to make sure that your corner is your corner, right? If
You want somebody you like and somebody you trust.
Yep.
Because it's somebody in your corner, you're going to have to rely on them. You're going to have to listen to them and trust them.
Yeah, you have to trust that they have your best interest in mind. So it might be a bit of a relief for Barney.
Barney lands a big right hook to the body. And another, and then follows it up with a left hook. This is a brutal exchange from both men.
Escabedo's getting the better of this one, though. Oh, but a good knee to the body there landed from Barney.
They break clean, and here we go. They touch gloves. This is it. It's whoever wants it more right now. And I think volume's been the story of this fight. Who's going to throw more punches right now?
Barney getting a little bit off balance in these clinch exchanges, but he has landed some good knees in there as well. Escabedo might be slowing down a bit here.
He put a lot of pressure on in that second.
Oh, and a good exchange there by...
And as I said about Barney, that's the thing about his pace. It does not slow.
Saw a good knee to the body there. That might have been a turning point in the round, honestly, that whole exchange.
And another beautiful shot to the body. He's been working the body this whole round.
Yep, and I think he hurt him with that one knee to the body earlier.
Oh! Huge combination, and it hurts him!
Barney had him hurt up against the cage, and then he got hurt as well.
Escabedo pouring it on right now.
20 seconds. This
There's another one,
ladies and gentlemen.
Huge jab from Escabedo.
And a right hand over the top for Barney as well.
11 seconds left. It's who wants it more right now. Let's go.
And with 3 seconds left.
And they swing it out of the last 3. My God. How do you score that?
I mean, I'm here commentating, not scoring. Thank God. That's a much more
I think
responsible
Escabedo
job.
had him hurt there at the end of that
I think
round.
Escabedo had him hurt, but also Barney had him hurt, and we didn't see any knockdowns, so I don't know. They both had back-and-forth moments in that third round. And the first and second round, how do you even score those? Those were very tight, different kind of tight.
Such a close fight.
I don't think this is a robbery either way. This is one of the very few fights where it could be 30-27 either direction.
And these guys have clearly squashed the beef.
Yeah.
And I like seeing that, honestly. You see that happen a lot. Guys will have so much bad blood, then they fight it out, and everything's okay.
Yeah, I mean, it's the classic story, right? You fight somebody when you're a kid, and then they're your best friend for 20
It's like
years.
you and Eric Mon, you hated each other.
That's right. Just deep,
and now,
deep vitriolic hatred.
I heard you guys are going to start a bed and breakfast together.
Ladies and gentlemen, Elijah Thacker making his way into the cage to talk with the winner. God only knows who that could be. Judges have rendered their decision.
For this bout, we have to go to the judges' scorecard. Our judges have come to a unanimous decision. 29-28 scores it Judge number 1. Judge number 2 scores it 30-27. Judge number 3 scores it 29-28. Unanimous decision for your winner, James Barney!
That was a good fight.
Ladies and gentlemen, I want you to give it up to the champion, James Aquaman Barney. Hello, my friend. Now, there was a ton of bad blood before this fight, but it seems like you guys went out there and earned each other's respect. I want you to tell me how you're feeling right now.
Everyone is a savage. Now, we never feeling though. Y'all seen we was talking to each other. All right, tell us what y'all did. It felt really good. I felt really good. Felt really good. I got good. You know? I'm just a savage. And it's okay to be aggressive, you know what I mean? It's just a lot of things to each other. Feel really good to hear you. Appreciate it, both coming.
So, you're back in the win column. Something you've been really working hard for. Tell me what's next for you.
I got found out kickboxing. I was tickets, so be looking for that. Fighting Kendall Whiting from St. Louis. He's the opponent. I may be looking to be here in the building. Another division, fighting another opponent.
New Line Cagefighting 24, 6 of Lane, City, Lexington, Kentucky, streaming through Mountain Dream Media. We're going to move on to our next bout, which will be a flyweight MMA pro bout. So we will need our first competitor to come to the octagon, Mr. Mitchell.
It was good to see an old coach, old friend of mine, Mike O'Donnell, in the corner there of James Barney. Sounds like he's not kicked out of the four because the king of the four was here in his corner.
Oh.
So, you know, Mike O'Donnell, Carlson Sr. black belt, a guy who's always been, you know, up on a pedestal to me. He's the first real black belt I knew, first guy I learned from, and awesome to see him here tonight.
And I haven't gotten a chance to meet him or train with him, but I can tell you that just as a fan, anybody who likes MMA owes an unbelievable debt of gratitude to Carlson Sr. I mean, those guys that he put out of the Brazilian top team.
Mike's most notable win back in the day was against War Machine. He beat him by helicopter armbar.
Oh, wow. And War Machine was not a bad grappler.
O'Donnell was good. It was on that Team Hammerhouse versus Team Gracie card.
Oh, yeah.
That.
Yes, I do.
And just stepping into the cage was Gage Mitchell. Gage Mitchell is a guy who has such a cool attitude. At weigh-ins yesterday, his opponent wasn't there, so I got to talk to him a little bit one-on-one. Also an excellent collection of cool tattoos. He's got Doodle Bob on his shoulder. He's got the upside-down mom tattoo, or wow.
Plus these, like, it looks like kind of like flames or angel wings or something coming off that left shoulder.
Gage Mitchell, very dangerous pro flyweight. Very excited to see these guys. And Kendall Young, 2-2, getting ready to walk into the cage, training out of Reaction MMA.
And as we get back to the action, this will be a pro flyweight MMA bout. 5 minutes, 3 rounds. We have fighting out of the blue side of the octagon, coming in with 2 wins, 0 losses. With the pink shorts on, Gage Mitchell.
Oh, he hits us with the Kamehameha wave.
He might go Super Saiyan in
And
this
his
fight.
opponent fighting out of the red side of the octagon, coming in with 2 wins, 2 losses, Kendall Young.
Kendall Young had some trouble with his weight cut yesterday. He was 2 pounds over. They gave him an hour to make weight. He couldn't make the cut. I think he tried real hard. I think he was about a pound over by the time the cut ended. But luckily, Gage Mitchell accepted the fight anyway. Turning sidekick.
Nice right
from
hand
Young.
there, and a nice right hand there. Left hook, right straight.
Ooh, fast hands from both these men. I love watching flyweights. They're like superhuman speed. I envy it.
I like being heavy, sitting on people.
I like sitting on people. And the fatter I get, the more effective it becomes.
We've got a good underhook and good head position there.
Oh,
And he
big, heavy slam.
Converts it into that knee tap finish off of the cage. Very nice work by Kendall Young. But he's
And
setting up in an armbar.
Nice armbar attempt there. He's deep on it. Let's see if he can break the grip. He's got to get those hips in. I don't like feet crossed on an armbar.
Yeah, particularly from this position. I think he's trying to separate the arms. It'd be interesting to see if Young decides to put that knee on the face, because the nice thing that this position in the cage affords him is that he's not going to be able to circle out the side juji or that judo-style armbar on the far side. He's going to be forced to finish it from here in this pin juji-gatame, which is very, very difficult.
He needs head pressure, and now he's adjusting.
Now he splits the leg.
He needs to stomp that foot down, stop him from posturing up.
And we see Kendall keeping his hands connected here, pulling him in.
And that's the difference. It's the old school judo-style armbar. You got feet crossed, knees wide. New school kind of thought his knees as close together as possible, foot stomping down on that head, control the far side leg.
Or take that right arm and try to spin out to a side juji Shinya Aoki style, but Kendall escapes and makes him pay for the attempt. Oh, and
big
again.
ground and pound. He's got his head trapped up against the fence here. Nasty shots. And there's another armbar, and it looks a little better this time.
I think he's got the angle incorrect, though. Looked like he had thumbs up.
He's just trying to hang on here. Stop this onslaught.
Good head movement there. He just barely moved out of the way of that right hand.
And I love how Kendall's covering the mouth and nose. That's old school stuff. Making him uncomfortable, making him struggle to breathe.
Good elbow there from Kendall.
And he's just posting on that neck with his forearm, making him miserable again, grinding on him and beating him up.
And we still have 2.5 minutes to work in this pro fight.
This is that like Mark Coleman, Chael Sonnen position where you just settle down in that full guard and beat somebody up. And if your defense is on point, you can do it all day.
And we see Gage Mitchell going to heels on hips here.
Gage Mitchell needs to try to push off the hips to get back to his feet because he's not having much success here in full guard.
He goes back here to this closed guard. Still 2 minutes to work. Young misses
nice
an elbow. Very nice.
Those grazing ones are the ones that'll cut you, though.
And he's doing a really good job of chasing the hips every time. Now he's got some good awareness whenever he gets that armbar pressure starting. He's doing a good job of chasing the angle with the hips.
There's a tight one. That's bad news. The angle's changed again, though.
Yeah.
You see, he's safe now. He needs to switch his hips a little more, try to drag that arm back down.
Now he's going to have to try to break it over the hip.
He looks a little concerned about this one.
Yeah, he sucked it in a little bit deeper, and he's going to try to break over that right hip.
That's tight. He's just got to change that angle, get that thumb pointed up to the ceiling. Man, he's close. He's got to use his hips more. Him locking his feet.
I think the elbow's out now, yep.
Him locking his feet like that limits his hip pressure.
Yep. Kendall Young doing a good job, staying comfortable in that defense, staying relaxed, not making any mistakes. Doing a good job here, landing ground and pound. Gets his forehead back in the cage.
Beautiful work. He's punishing him every time he goes for that submission attempt. He escapes and then punishes him.
One of those elbows opened up a cut under the eye of
I'd like
Gage
to see
Mitchell.
him try to pass here. There he does.
Yeah, that forehead in the perpendicular into the cage right like that is just
that last
such a
armbar was a little too close for comfort. I think I'd like to see him get to a little safer spot, and then maybe he can close the show.
And it looks like that cut is under the eye, so not going to be a danger really here, but certainly looks good to the judges,
spot.
and this is some good damage. And he throws up that armbar again.
And he knows it's coming now. He pulls his elbow right out, and now he could pass. But he's in a triangle. He postures up.
Trap triangle.
Now he should shuck the legs over and pass.
Yeah.
Now's your chance. But he uses it to throw a brutal right hand.
And a lot of times that passing from there gives the guy a little bit of space to try to build the turtle. Sometimes you want to keep him supine. Beautiful work by Kendall Young. Good jiu-jitsu work off of his back by Gage Mitchell to kind of mitigate the damage by throwing up good submission attempts. He appears to me he might be a little bit rocked based on the way he stumbled there.
Those elbows definitely sliced him open. You see him bleeding. Looks like in front of the ear.
I think it's drained over there. I think the cut is underneath of his eye, and it drained down over his ear while he was laying on his side.
I think he may have a couple. I know he's got one under the right eye.
Yeah.
But he got busted up there in that first round. Came fairly close to an armbar, but that
one
was
of those
it.
attempts particularly was quite close.
Almost a 10-8 round.
But that's high-level jiu-jitsu understanding by Kendall Young. That's a man who's comfortable with his defense.
I think without that armbar attempt, I may have scored a 10-8. It was a beatdown.
Yeah, I agree. I think I would say 10-8 without those armbar attempts, but those were there, and the one was relatively close.
The one was close, and you could see it on Kendall Young's face, like he was like, oh, I better be careful. Keeping him honest, at least, with those armbar attempts. Gage Mitchell, very game. Looking for a way to win here against a tough guy in Kendall Young, who's got twice the experience of him. You know, he may have 2 losses on his record, but that's experience, and it shows. Beautiful right hand down the middle.
And again,
Kendall's so dynamic.
And switches stances. Into
Mitchell looking, he pulls guard.
Pulls close guard
Not
against the fence.
a decision that I'm happy with because he spent almost the entire last round getting busted up from full guard.
Oh, and now he's locking up the body triangle, which limits his hip mobility even more.
We talked about that a little in the jiu-jitsu matches. You were in there reffing, but it's really just a stalling position. There's not much offense you can do from that body triangle from full guard. There's the arm.
Yeah, but now Kendall's got his elbow clear. That one wasn't even close. He's using good forehead pressure here, too.
I know he wanted to be here in guard, but I'd kind of like to see him stand back up. He needs to put Kendall on his back.
I think he felt those double underhooks, and he felt like he was going for a ride either way, so he might as well jump to close guard and make sure that he ends up in not too disadvantageous of a position. Kendall's got him right in front of his corner. You see Rob Nickerson there coaching directly in front of his fighter.
And that's a huge advantage when you can hear everything your corner's saying. You're right there.
That's why I always try to tell my fighters, bring him to me, bring him to me.
Not only that, your opponent can hear everything they're saying as well.
Yeah.
Hoist! 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 Hoist!
He's calling for the hoist. Go back to hoist Gracie. I like a lot of teams will use codes so that their opponent doesn't know what they're saying.
Oh, he's going to an overhook and a butterfly hook, but it's very difficult to actually get that Sumigaeshi to work from this position where your head's mashed up against the fence.
It's hard to get anything done here. He needs to try to cut an angle, get his head off the cage, or get up here, wall walk.
Yep, now we see him actually opening the guard and making an attempt to wall walk, but Kendall using that body lock, pulling back down.
He can't be content to work right here. Especially that body triangle. He needs to just let that go. It's not doing any favors for him.
Yeah, it's not even really helping to control the posture.
Feet on the hips, kick him off, stand up. There it is, oh my God. And it's a tight one. Let's see what he can do. But I think he's stepping over now. He's safe.
It's difficult
so
to tell.
close.
This is either going to be a good break or it's going to be a good escape.
He needs to use his legs, lock him up a little bit, start pulling him off of him.
Yeah, and
there, now he's out.
He's out, but he needs to stay on
and
top.
And he ends up on top.
Beautiful work.
He's got the underhook. He needs to use it. Get up right now.
Yep, he's going to the dogfight position, and now he's trying to hit that knee tap from the dogfight.
Now's the best chance that Mitchell's had right now. He's got to get his hands together, try to ankle pick here. There he does it.
He uses a beautiful,
good work from Mitchell.
Beautiful Kosoto Gake from that underhook.
And this is where he wanted to be, on top, full mount, with 2 minutes to work.
Feet crossed, full mount too, good hip pressure in. Kendall's trying to use his feet in the cage.
There's a new life in the corner of Mitchell as well. They know their fighter's right where he needs to be. And there he is, raining down big shots. And he's got such a good armbar. Kendall Young keeps reaching, take it. He's almost baiting it though.
Yeah, I think he wants to get out of this position and he's trying to bait him to take it. But I think Gage Mitchell wants to do some damage here. He wants to win back this round.
He needs to land more significant shots. There's an elbow, excellent work. This is the time to put him away.
And Kendall Young making the classic mistake of connecting his hands around the body, which sometimes invites a step up to monoplata mount, but Gage Mitchell content to just posture up from regular mount.
I want to see Mitchell take that arm bar. He's giving it to him.
Let it go! Let it go! Yes! Yes!
His corner calling for him to just pour on the shots.
It's very difficult from this position. Now he's got a hand trap. We've got more of danger.
Matt Jones taking a look, telling him to work, but he is working. I wouldn't stop this fight.
Not for those strikes.
There he goes. He works, and he's going to give up his back. Oh, my God.
Catch a choke in the
I think he's under the chin here.
It's difficult to see the position. Nope, he's going
Kendall Young survives, but he's got flattened out.
He needs to bring his knees back underneath of him. He did it there for a second. He needs to keep doing it. You need to do it again.
He's got to put more steam into these shots if he wants to finish it, though. He's telling him to fight back, and that's it. He stops him. And it looks like Kendall's got a rib injury, or Mitchell's got a rib injury.
That might have led to that decision to pull close guard.
Yeah.
If he got hurt early on in the first round to the body.
Man, excellent work. Back from the brink. It just takes one mistake in this sport. Mitchell ends up on top, shows a ton of heart to get the win there.
And what a beautiful high-level transition to use that arm bar. Use the arm bar to force him to escape. As he escapes, get the underhook, come up to that dogfight position, push him up against the cage, use that Kosoto Gake to go right to mount.
And I think Young is just exhausted right now.
I agree. Phenomenal work by Gage Mitchell. Seconds remaining in round 2 at the time of that stoppage. Beautiful work by Gage Mitchell. High level jiu-jitsu from both guys.
49 seconds for your winner, Gage Mitchell.
Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for the comeback kid, Gage Mitchell. My friend, that was a hard-fought victory. Looks like you're dealing with a rib injury, right? You fought through it, ended up Tell me, what's your mindset in that second round? When you find your moment, you end up in full mount. Are you like, this is it?
Yeah, I mean, go in the corner, they would tell me he was tired, and they were like, I was like, something's wrong. Something's wrong with me. He was just like, I don't care. Finish. So when I was on him, they hit me on strike. So I knew I just stayed on him. You know, the way he was just sounding, the way he was looking, I just knew I didn't stop, he was living. And today's my Papa's birthday, so I came in here trying to win on my birthday. I'll go ready to God.
Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for a man who showed a ton of heart tonight. Gage Mitchell.
New Line Cagefighting 24, Lexington, Kentucky, Central Bank. Okay, don't go nowhere. We're going to give out a few awards before we get to our main event. We have made it to our last bout of the evening, and we will call that the main event. So we're going to give out a few awards before we get started. Until then, don't forget Big Street by Mountain Dreams.
Roman Belcher, Ethan Baker.
If you want to see what's going on with
Knockout of the night.
Big Fighting,
Yeah, for sure. That was whatever that was. Submission of the night. What do you think? We had a couple others. Mitchell Vaughn's guillotine was really nice.
Two great guys, so if you want to see what's
That
going on
fucking
behind the
rear
scenes,
naked choke
how all this
Antonio
builds
was brutal while he was
up,
picking him up. I'd say that one. Chad
Facebook.
Blevins, I think was the guy.
So right now we're going to tally
You
up
don't see that much.
the awards before we give them out, before we get to the main event. Which is the middle winner, out. All right, we're ready. You got it? All right, so we're going to call 4 guys up here. We're going to call 4 guys up here. We need RJ Baldridge to come to the octagon. We need Chaz Bevens to come to the octagon. We need Ethan Baker and Roman Belcher to come to the octagon. You see any of those guys, shoot them up this way. That's 4 people. That's 1. You said someone's changing? Yeah, come on in. Yeah, so there's 1. There's 2. We need 2 more. We need RJ. Oh, okay, here comes RJ. Is Roman still in the middle? All right, everybody say they think Roman left. They think Roman left. So let's see who gets what. Knockout of the night, RJ Baldridge. Submission of the night, Chaz Bevens. Don't I know you?
I did get knocked out.
Yeah, fight of the night, Ethan Baker. We don't think Roman's in the building, but Roman would have got what? He would have got fight of the night, Roman would have got fight of the night. So here is your awards today at NL24, New Line Cagefighting. Anybody want to say something? Knockout of the night. What you want to say, RJ?
A little bit more composed now, but just happy to be here. Feel very blessed. Get this opportunity. Been waiting a long time. So thank you to my teammates. Thank you to everybody in the crowd for coming out and watching us do what we do. Thank you.
Knockout of the night, RJ. Don't you go anywhere. Don't you go anywhere. You come right back in here. All right, fight of the night. Say something.
come back next time I get it.
You heard him say, come back next time and finish. We got one more. Try boxing. My guy.
I'll never recognize you when I see you. That's what it was.
Love this guy right here. Submission tonight? All right, say something.
So this is for Chaz Blevins, the Tasmanian. This is his award right here for submission. Chaz, thanks for all the hard work you put in. Everybody, we appreciate you for having us. Great show.
Great show. Here's your award winners for tonight. Quick picture if anybody want to take one of you three real quick. With Debo, take a quick picture real quick. Here's your award winners. Yeah, ladies, you get in there. Stop playing. You get in there. Let the ladies in there. Yeah. You got to make it look good some kind of way. Oh, you up, you guys. All right, there's your award winners for tonight. New Line Cagefighting 24. Great, gentlemen. We got anything else? All right. So we're about to get to our main event. You stayed all night. Continue to stay. You made it this long. No sense in going anywhere now. Let's get ready for our main event. So first we're going to need Mr. Reynolds to make his way to the octagon.
This is not a test. This is your emergency broadcast system announcing the commencement of the annual purge sanctioned by the U.S. government.
Ladies and gentlemen, Elijah and I just bid on the Purge music. I don't know if this
we
is a
were ready
walkout
to-
song, but I was ready to
Run out of this building.
I don't know. Last time there was a real fire alarm, and we just sat here and kind of waited for it to fall at our heads.
In the middle of a boxing match. That was strange.
Yeah, that was Robel and oh man, I can't remember the other guy. I can't remember their last names either. But yeah, that was Robel Rogers was the winner in that fight.
History only remembers the victor.
That's unfortunate.
And that's why.
Because the fellow that lost that fight was super nice, actually.
Great fight.
Yeah.
This is the one we've all been waiting for, ladies and gentlemen. Delano Reynolds versus Sean Stefanic. We see Delano Reynolds from Toledo, Ohio. He's coming into this fight with a 0-1 record in the MMA. But he's really made leaps and bounds as an athlete. I can remember Delano's first fight with New Line Cagefighting like it were yesterday. And he gives me shit for this still. I told him, or I said in the commentary that he looked like a baby deer. He's one of our most improved competitors, though. He's constantly stayed active and made his pro debut, came up short, but the guy has tremendous physical attributes. He's 6'6", very long and lanky fighter, has a decent wrestling background. I got a chance to drunkenly grapple him after one of our cards. And I was surprised at how well he could wrestle. Of course, I caught him in my guillotine. But still, I was worried about it. When he started wrestling, I was like, uh-oh, I might be too drunk for this.
He looks very strong with that long body type as well. Those are some of the toughest guys to get their elbows out away from their bodies, I know, on the ground.
Oh, we have a treat for you in this main event. We need Mr. Stefanic to make your way to the octagon.
The leader of hybrid MMA, making his MMA debut at 52 years old. A lifelong martial artist, 9-time world champion in kickboxing. He spent time all around the world training, coaching people.
And he's making his professional debut at 52. This is an incredible story.
And look at this man. I want you to look and tell me you don't wish you were in that good of shape right now.
Yeah. I'll be dead by the time I'm 62, let alone look like that.
He's got too much mileage.
He looks strong, too. Strong traps. What weight class is this at, Elijah?
This is at middleweight.
185.
Sean Stefanic actually used to train Sage Northcutt. He told me he's the one who taught Sage that sidekick.
And Sage has had a lot of success through his entire MMA career with that sidekick.
And he said, if you ask Sage, if you ask any of these guys, they will tell you I'm the hardest round they've ever had. Sean's a dude, he's a consummate competitor.
He looks calm, cool, and collected.
And do you know why he's taking this fight, why he decided to do his MMA debut at 52 years old? He's hunting for a fight with Jake Paul. In the interview, he called out Jake Paul. He said, that's the fight he wants. He wants a big money fight.
My God, that is the body of a lifetime martial artist.
I'll tell you this, I don't know if Jake Paul would want any of that.
Not in anything where involving kicks.
Okay, we made it to our main event, and this will be a middleweight MMA bout. 5 minutes, 3 rounds. We have fighting in this main event out of the blue side of the octagon, wearing the red shorts, Delano Reynolds. His opponent in this MMA bout, fighting out of the red side of the octagon, 14-time World Kickboxing Champion, making his MMA debut right here in Lexington, Kentucky at New Line Cagefighting, Sean Stefanic.
And we see this crowd really popping for Sean Stefanic. And this is the moment we've all been waiting for. I've been so excited to see Sean step in here. And here we go. They touch gloves. Beautiful inside low kick from Sean.
Putting together a nice jab and a little bit of a small blitz there.
Delano throws a 1-2, trying to keep him off him with that long range.
And Delano landed one of those twos. He's getting a little wild though.
He just ate one. High kick attempt from Sean grazes Delano Reynolds. And an inside low kick. Sean is walking him down right now. And Delano almost looks desperate, trying to fend him off with those 1-2s. And the crowd laughs as Delano gets out of range there.
There were two.
Oh! And he drops him there. Beautiful work.
Now he's got to stay on top, though. He's got to use that to come up on top and get a hook.
He's a little too high.
Yep.
But there he goes. He's beautiful job.
He's under the chin.
Excellent work, and he's going to strangle him here.
Delano might be able to get his shoulders to the mat. I'm not sure about the angle that he's got.
Delano
nope,
taps.
He taps.
Excellent work from the man himself, Sean Stefanic. Wins his MMA debut in the first round at 52 years old. And there we see him, fired up. That's a bad man right there, ladies and gentlemen.
And we saw every leg kick that he hurt Delano with. You saw him change his posture immediately. Every one of those hurt.
And Delano is still hurt.
Elijah's going to go in and talk with our winner, Sean Stefanic. Beautiful work. He gets it done here at 1 minute, 23 seconds of the first round. It was a beautiful onslaught of forward pressure and footwork.
did not know that Mr. Stefanic is 52 years old, making his debut.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the moment you were all waiting for, and he did not disappoint. I want you to give it up. Your coach, John Stefanic. Now, Sean, it's a big moment for you. It's fighting in your hometown in front of all your people. I want you to tell me how you're feeling.
I feel great. He did a really good shot. He stuck his finger in my eye too, but I said, fuck that. It's my language. But I was going to drop this guy out. But my end game, everybody keeps asking me, I want to play Jake Paul. Alright? I hope Mike Tyson leaves a little piece on the ground. I want him. Okay? That's my end game. I had a great time tonight. It took me a minute to feel this out here. This is a different environment than we're used to. I used to play like one of the thousands and thousands of people, but not people just come to watch me. There was a lot of pressure. I appreciate everybody's support. I love all of you guys. Alright? And I did this. Besides the Jake Paul fight, I want all those kids that come in and train with me to know that they don't have no damn excuses. Okay? I'm 52 damn years old. Get off your ass!
Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for the genuine badass, Sean Stefanic.
Ladies and gentlemen, we made it to the end of our night here in Lexington Central Bank Center. Cage Line Fighting 24, brought to you by Mountain Dreams Media. Don't forget that if you want to see more of Blue Line Cage Fighting behind the scenes, you can go to Fight Bros on Facebook. Talk to Eric Vaughn and Elijah Thacker. You don't